Halo, Assalamualaikum. Hello
Assalamualaikum.
everyone. Hello Pak Asep.
Sip.
Hear my voice clearly, sir?
Yes.
Okay, we still have around 10 minutes before we start our lecture, ya.
Hello, Anne.
Hello, Asep.
How are you?
Fine today. And just finished lunch.
Yes.
Okay.
It's
Hello,
nice background.
Dr. Auchara.
Kaset Sat.
Hello.
I'll be your
Hello.
moderator today. How can I say your name so it will be more easier for us to call you?
You just say Anne. It's my nickname.
Okay, that's great.
Okay.
And when I share your CV, I do apologize. We are looking your CV from official website of your university. I hope you don't mind with that. For your CV, we are looking from your official website of your university, and we found that. So we will use that CV. I hope you don't mind if we put that.
Yeah. Never mind.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We still have 5 minutes before we start.
Yeah.
So perhaps you can still enjoy your coffee before we start the lecture.
Okay. Thank you.
So we have a same time yeah, with Bangkok, Pak Asep, ya?
Now is
Dr. Ann? Yeah.
Yeah, I think
With similar
the same
time, yeah?
The same time. 5 minutes to 1
Yes.
p.m. Right.
Okay, it's already 3 minutes. Perhaps we can start. Pak Asep and our committee is already okay. We can start today.
Yeah, we still waiting for other student.
Okay, yeah. Still have 2 minutes before we start.
I think they still join. Hello, Anne. I introduce our head of department, Professor Irma Isnapi Arif. Please, Ibu Irma.
Hello, Dr. Anne. Nice to meet you.
Hello, nice to meet you too. And just feel exciting that I have a chance to give some lecture in this summer course.
We also thank you very much for your kindness to deliver a lecture today.
Yes.
Yeah, it's good to meet you. Actually, I don't know, 1 year or I think 1 year before, we visit Kaset Sat, but in Kampang Seng, it's not in Bangkok, like your campus, I think in Bangkok,
Kampang San is in Nakhon Pathom province, but For me, I'm in Bangkok, in Bangkok.
Yeah.
It's
It's
in
close.
Bangkok.
They have a lot of traffic jam when we come to Kampang say, yeah. So we spend a lot in the journey when we visit this Kampang Seng campus.
And next time, hope you can manage and visit us at Bangkok campus, nah?
Yeah.
Dr. An, I also visited Bangkok in the October last year
Last
with
year.
Dr. Chadwick.
Dr. Chanwit.
Animal
Okay,
division,
it's
right?
yes, he's work in Bangkok campus and his his office near my office.
Okay.
Dr. Chanwit.
Send my regards to him.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, Dr. An.
It's good in Bangkok because it's close to mall, many mall there.
Okay, Pak Asep and other
Yeah.
committee, should we
Okay.
start? It's already 1 o'clock,
Yeah.
and also Dr.
Ya, Pak
An is
Edit.
already
Silahkan.
in our room meeting. Okay, hello everyone. Good afternoon and good morning maybe for some people. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back again to our summer course program 2020. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Edit Lesa Aditya. I'm lecturer at Department of Animal Production and Technology. And I will be the moderator for today's agenda. And our speaker, Dr. Auchara Kayan, and should we call Dr. Ann, yeah? It's easier for us, perhaps.
It's
Dr.
easy.
Ann.
Okay.
Okay. It's already joined in our room and already start for the lecture, yeah? And we do hope our activities today are going smooth and very well. And the participants still keep enthusiastic to follow all the lectures and being active, yeah, during the discussion. There will be two topics that will be presented by different lecturer. The first one by Dr. Ann, and the second one will be delivered by Dr. Marion De Vries after the Dr. Ann. And before we are going to start the lecture, I will remind you for all the participants to see the attendance list on your chat room. So make sure that, and also make sure that your video is always on during the lecture, except for the question and answer session. And in the end of the presentation, all the participants will have a chance to ask directly to Dr. Ann, or you can write your question on chat room. But I think it will be better if you ask directly, yeah. So it will be more interactive for the discussion. Is it okay, yeah, Dr. Ann? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. It's a great pleasure for me to be your moderator for your presentation today. And before we start, I will share my screen to see a short CV of our lecturer today. And this is our CV of our speaker today. Name is Dr. Auchara Kayan. Did I spell your name correctly, doctor?
Correctly.
Okay, or we can call Dr. Ann. Will be easier and will be more interesting.
And it's easy and you can remember as well, right?
Not Ann like a small animal or tiny animals, yeah, but Ann, yeah.
And A double
Okay.
N and
A-double-N, yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Dr. Ann hold master and bachelor degree from Chiang Mai University and hold PhD degree from University of Bonn, Germany. And her position is lecturer and also associate professor, yeah, at Department of Animal Science, Faculty of Agriculture, Kaset Sart University in Bangkok. And she teach mainly in principle of meat science and also advanced meat science. And her research interests on meat and food sciences and also animal molecular genetics. So probably all the participants that have a plan to study abroad in Thailand. I'm looking for the supervisor. Perhaps you can discuss afterward with Dr. Ann. Is it okay, yeah, Dr. Ann? Yeah. Perhaps some
Very
participants
welcome.
come
If
to you.
some student interesting in my topic areas and want to be study abroad, especially in Thailand, so you can keep connect to my email or my telephone number. You can write email everything
Okay.
if you want.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ann. So participant, so you can have a start to plan to study abroad, yeah, in especially in Thailand, in Kazakhstan. You already have a potential supervisor afterwards. Okay, this is several publication by Dr. Ann. There's a lot of publication in at least this is last 5 years publication, yeah, Dr. Ann.
I think this website might be not updated
Okay,
anymore. Yeah,
yep.
for the publication.
I do apologize for this for this one.
But never mind. Just
Okay, that's sort CV of our lecturer today, and then uh, okay. I hope all participants follow the lectures uh, and also start to think about the question. Please ask many questions to Dr. Ann because I think it's a lot of new information, new knowledge that can be shared by Dr. Ann. Okay, Dr. Ann, you will have maximum an hours for your presentation and followed by the discussion session for around 30 minutes. Is it okay for you for 1 hour to do your
uh,
presentation? Yeah, maximum an hours.
I think I will try finish in 1 hours.
One
Okay,
hours.
and
Okay.
then we will discuss, or if you have some questions, you can ask directly to me about
Yes.
the topics for today.
Okay. After you
Okay.
finish your presentation, there will be a discussion. Yeah, for around
Okay.
half an hours. Okay. Uh, time is yours, Dr. Ann. Please.
Thank you. Now I'm looking for a student in Thailand. Maybe they have a class for this afternoon in Thailand. So we will begin. Let me share my screen first. So good afternoon, everybody. Today, where to presentations. Today I will present and just say I will give you some informations about the Thai native productions and processings in Thailand. Just give some just an idea and follow to my research that I done with the Thai native chickens in Thailand. For the chicken breeds in Thailand, from I take the data from Department of Livestock Development in Thailand. They found that they have the number of chicken they calculate as the percentage that they found in Thailand. We have the boilers about 60 and 67.31 percentage, and for the native chickens, it's in the middle. It's about 17.31 percentage. And the last one is the laying hen. Laying hen is about 15.38. And why the Thai native chickens still become uh, like a famous for consumer in Thailand? Maybe they found that the taste of the Thai native chickens quite different from the broilers. Especially it have the low fat and the firm textures, and that's are more tasty, and almost the people in Thai people love to eat Thai chicken more than broiler. almost broiler we export to the other country. And for consume in Thai, I think less people less people like broiler, like to consume broiler. So the priority breeding in Thailand just give some. We have many breed line in Thailand because we have like a department that responsible to keep the the breed and try to improve the breed in Thailand. This one just give some example. We call this Thai native chicken like a chi. The name is chi. The characteristic is the white feathers. I think might be some countries like the same character like our chicken. Nah. And the next one is ปลาดุกหางดำ ปลาดุกหางดำ is have black feathers and is in the neck and head is have the red and orange of the feathers and also in the back also. For the pure breed, we have some of white Plymouth, Cornish, and New Hampshires. And for crossbreed, for the boiler, we still have Acres, Roscoe, Haba, and another commercial that we use. According some, and now we found that some of the boiler chickens have the problems about what happened with my screen share. Did you find my, sorry, did you find my screen share?
Not.
No, no.
Not, okay. I will share again.
Okay.
Okay, nah?
Yes.
Comparing slide. And now, and now in Thailand, for as I know, the boiler in Thailand, they found the symptoms on the meat like a white stripping and wooden base we found. And for the Thai native chicken, we didn't found any some symptom like this because according the Thai native chicken is slow growing chickens. And this two breed is quite populations to the farmer to raise these two chickens in Thai. ปลาดุกหางดำ ปลาดุกหางดำ is normally we raise in the north part of Thailand, especially in Chiang Mai province, if somebody know, and some areas like Chiang Rai province. And ปลาดุกหางดำ is famous about the taste of the chickens. And also the government give the funding for develop about the breed and improve for the meat qualities of this breed chickens to make chicken products to the market. And the next one is KU Betong. This is the breed the breed from our from the south part of Thailand. We bring from Yala province to Kasesa University and try to develop the breed to make it more have the characteristic, their own characteristic. Like when we analysis about the meat qualities, we found that it have the less of fat and the skin is chewy when we chewy, and the meat is firm. The meat is firm and more tasty and have their own characteristic. And this one is if you come to Bang Khen campus, you can see in our farm in the university. We call KU Betong. For the party production cycle for the native chickens, as we know that they quite we call slow growing chickens right? So it takes too much time for slaughter and for to get ready to adult. It takes time after its hatchlings. It takes time about 4 to 6 months to get the weight around 1.4 to 1.6 kilograms. So it takes quite long time to feed this native chicken when we compare with the boiler. Boiler it take time about if I remember about 39 years now, 39 days now to get 2 or 2.5 kilograms. So it's quite take long time for the tiny chickens for ready for consume. So the feeding system quite different from the boilers. This is the housings of the animals. So you can see that they have the areas for walkings and have the equipment for drinking and feedings. So it's the open. Normally, it's not just the evaporative cooling system. It's the open housings. So this it means that the chickens quite resistant for the temperatures as well. As you know that Thailand is the also have the high temperatures for the environment, right? Uh, and this one some after is in the housings. Some of farmer open the doors and the chickens can go outside and the chickens can eat some of rice, some of grass, or some of the waste that uh, that from the harvest of from the farmers. So this one is just the example for the feed that the Thai native chicken gets. And some of farmer that they try to make it commercial, they will give some of like the commercial feed, like feed for boiler, feed for laying hen, feed for Thai native chicken that makes to a pallet for the commercial, and then supplements of grass, supplements of some of rice hull, some of rice to the chickens. So the characteristic of the meat quite different from the boilers. And this one I will share you about the how to let me show you some of them that they feedings. Can you see some video clip?
Yes.
Yes,
Like to
yes,
play?
Oh, okay. And did you hear some voice from the clip?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's clear.
okay. I will give you to see the housing system for the Thai native chickens in Thailand. This one they take from Royal Project Foundations of the of in Thailand. So this is the idea to raising the Thai native chicken. I will give some um, about nearly to 10 minutes to see this one, but you will not understand because they explain in Thai. Okay, I will try to explain in some of them. Okay. Yeah. And this is the housings of from Department of Livestock.
ไก่พื้นเมืองมีเลี้ยงกันอยู่ทั่วไปในชนบทมีลักษณะการเลี้ยงเพื่อเป็นอาหารในครัวเรือนและการกีฬาส่วนมากเลี้ยงเพื่อเป็นอาชีพเสริมรายได้ไก่พื้นเมืองมีหลากหลายสายพันธุ์แต่ละพันธุ์ก็จะมีจุดเด่นเป็นคุณสมบัติต่างกันแต่มีความต้านทานต่อโรคแมลงสามารถเจริญเติบโตและขยายพันธุ์ได้ดีในสภาพการเลี้ยงดูของเกษตรกรรายย่อยทั่วไปเนื้อไก่พื้นเมืองมีรสชาติดีเป็นที่นิยมกันแพร่หลายจึงเหมาะที่จะอนุรักษ์และพัฒนาการใช้ประโยชน์อย่างยั่งยืนไก่พื้นเมืองเลี้ยงง่ายเศษอาหารและพืชผักเหลือใช้ต่างๆ
This is they mix the feeding to the Thai native chicken.
ฟักไข่และเลี้ยงดูลูกเองเนื้อไก่มีรสชาติดีเนื้อแน่นมีมันน้อยให้โปรตีนและราคาดีทั้งตัวผู้และตัวเมียหรือจำหน่ายเป็นไก่ชนก็สามารถทำเป็นอาชีพได้มูลไก่ยังใช้ทำปุ๋ยได้อีกด้วยการคัดเลือกไก่พันธุ์พื้นเมืองควรเลือกไก่ที่มีรูปร่างแข็งแรงสมบูรณ์กระฉับกระเฉงขนเป็นมันตาสดใสใบหน้าแดงสดและควรเลือกพ่อแม่พันธุ์ที่มีอายุตั้งแต่9 เดือนขึ้นไปและหนักตั้งแต่ 2-5 กิโลกรัมส่วนแม่พันธุ์ควรมีอายุตั้งแต่7 เดือนไม่เกิน3 ปีน้ำหนักไม่ต่ำกว่า 1-5 กิโลกรัมมีประวัติการให้ไข่มากเลี้ยงลูกไก่เก่งการคัดเลือกพันธุ์ไก่ที่ดีไว้ทำพันธุ์จะช่วยให้ไก่ในฝูงมีขนาดตัวโตให้ไข่ดกเลี้ยงลูกดีและมีอัตรารอดสูง
Dr. Ann, is it possible
Okay.
to have a larger screen
Larger screen.
with full screen for sorry with the full screen
Okay,
for the
I will
video?
try.
I hope there is no distraction with the internet connection or something with the full screen.
No.
ใบหน้าแดงสดและควรเลือกพ่อแม่
That's better, I think. Thank you.
Hey,
Dr.
this one is better,
ลู
no?
กดีและมี
Yep,
อัตรารอ
thank
ด
you.
สูงเพศผู้มีสีหน้าแดง
This is they show the good characteristics for select the Thai native chickens.
พันธุ์ชี้ฟ้าเป็น
And
ไก่พื้นเมือง
and this one we call Chifa breed
ของจังหวัด
in Thailand.
นิยมเลี้ยงเพื่อกินเนื้อ
This is also the meat type of chickens.
เพศผู้มีสีหน้าแดงพันธุ์แม่ฟ้าหลวง
This breed we call แม่ฟ้าหลวง breed.
ของจังหวัดเชียงรายและจังหวัดน่านนิยมเลี้ยงเพื่อกินเนื้อพันธุ์แม่ฮ่องสอนเป็นไก่พื้นเมืองที่มีถิ่นกำเนิดแถบพื้นที่สูงจังหวัดแม่ฮ่องสอนศูนย์วิจัยบำรุงพันธุ์สัตว์เชียงใหม่ได้รวบรวมพันธุ์และขยายพันธุ์นิยมเลี้ยงเพื่อกินเนื้อลักษณะคล้ายไก่ป่าการเลี้ยงไก่พื้นเมืองสามารถเตรียมสถานที่เพาะไก่และอุปกรณ์ให้เหมาะสมดังนี้สถานที่ตั้งของข้อไก่ควรอยู่บนที่ดอนน้ำท่วมไม่ถึงและห่างจากตัวบ้านมีหลังคากันแดดกันฝนสามารถป้องกันศัตรูต่างๆได้ทั้งนี้ไม่ควรเลี้ยงไก่ไว้ใต้ถุนบ้านเพราะจะมีกลิ่นและไรไก่รบกวนข้อไก่สามารถทำเองได้โดยใช้วัสดุที่หาง่ายๆในท้องถิ่นเช่นไม้ไผ่หญ้าคา
This is the housings for Thai native chickens. It's quite easy to make the housings when we compare with the boilers.
ควรมีพื้นที่ขนาด1 ตารางเมตรต่อไก่ใหญ่5 ตัวหรือไก่เล็ก50 ตัวและควรมีรัง การไข่ให้เพียงพอ นอกเหนือจากคอกไก่ควรมีอุปกรณ์อื่นๆได้แก่กรงหรือสุ่มสำหรับเลี้ยงแม่ไก่และลูกไก่แรกเกิดให้เพียงพอ
And this is a cage for put small chickens or the hen inside.
รางไม้ไผ่ผ่าครึ่งหรือใช้ขวดบรรจุน้ำรองด้วยถาดสำหรับใส่น้ำสะอาดให้ไก่กินรางอาหารอาจทำด้วยสังกะสี
And this is the equipment for the feeding the Thai native chickens.
อาหารสำหรับไก่ควรหาได้ง่ายในท้องถิ่นเช่นข้าวเปลือกข้าวโพดเศษอาหารที่เหลือจะลดต้นทุนและควรปล่อยให้หากินเองตามธรรมชาติด้วย
They said rice should be easy to find for Thai native chickens. According they can find outside by themselves.
การฟักไข่เลี้ยงดูแม่ไก่และลูกไก่ส่วนใหญ่แม่ไก่จะไข่ประมาณ 20-30 ฟองแล้วจะหยุดไข่จากนั้นแม่ไก่จะกินอาหารมากขึ้นและเริ่มไข่ใหม่อีกครั้งภายใน 15 วันต่อมา
Hatcheries about 20 to 30 eggs and then
แม่ไก่
stop
ไข่20 ฟองจะฟักไข่เองและเมื่อเห็นว่าแม่ไก่เริ่มฟักไข่แล้วต้องตรวจไข่ที่ฟักเมื่อครบ 7 วันเพื่อดูว่าไข่มีเชื้อหรือไม่โดยใช้ไฟฉายส่องไข่ที่ฟักครบ 7 วันในตอนกลางคืนไข่ที่มีเชื้อจะเห็นตัวอ่อนและเส้นเลือด
Okay, I just give some information about how to raising the Thai native chickens, and this step is for the hatching step. I think might be the time is not enough, so I will be stop here. And for the hatchlings, is the same like a boiler like this. Nah. So the next slide might be sorry. The next slide might be the poultry farming in Thailand. In the Thailand, we have two systems. We call conventional system and evaporative cooling system. Almost Thai native chickens, we use the conventional system that we did not control the air and the temperatures for the chicken. So it means the Thai native chickens quite resistant to the disease and adaptations to the temperatures from the environment as well. So when we compare the system about the village and commercial chicken production factors, when we focus on the labor input, the village chickens is like a conventional system. Is have the minimum of the labor's input when we compare with the commercials. And for the housings, is like a chicken house in the local materials as you see the housing from the video clips, and it's also inexpensive. For the nutritions, almost Thai native chickens they can survive by themselves. They can go outside and find some foods, and just the farmer gives some additional of the food to the chickens, so they can find like a leaf or a cereals or some rice that inexpensive and no any supplements on the food for the chickens. For the waters, we boil waters and use water, and they can drink natural of source of water. For the productions, of course, they quite have low of the productions for the farmer. Like when we take time about 6 months to get the weight about 1.4 to 1.6 kilograms when we compare about the weight and the length from the boilers. For the meat qualities, Thai native chickens have a little fat, have a present flavors, tougher of the texture. For adaptabilities, it have a good and good fight skill and more likely escape predator can scavenge and for their own feed as well. For the reproductions, uh, they have a good hatchings and mothering abilities that we could not find in the commercial like of boilers. For the veterinary input, very limited. So they still need a vaccine like a Newcastle disease vaccine. For environment impact, is minimal. It can be positive through prevention of organic fertilizers and pest control. So when the farmer try to feed the animal, the farmer should think about the animal welfare that we have to have that we consider now. The animal welfare, the animal should freedom from thirst and hunger. So the animal should access to the fresh water and the diet every time and freedom from discomfort. So the animal should be should get some providings and appropriate environment, including the shelter and a comfortable resting area for the animal. The animal should get freedom from pain, injuries, and disease. That's that's we have to know how the way to get them rid from this freedom and freedom to express most normal behavior, especially in Thai native chicken. The behavior they are active all the time. It's different from boiler. When I go to the some of boiler farm, they eat and sleep. But Thai native chickens, they eat and then they fly, they fight things. I think this might be characteristic of Thai native chickens, and it's also freedom from fears and distress. So we should get the good farm management for the animals. Like we should maintaining safe working practice for the working areas, and for we have to manage and motivate a team and ensure for the welfare of the chickens. We have to consider about the ventilations management too, because in Thai the temperature is quite hot, so we have to consider how to build the housings for the animals. For the feed management, we have to give some of feed like a rice and grass, and gives the animal to get the opportunity to go outside to find the feed by themselves too. And then to give some of vaccinations too. We have the vaccine program for the chickens. And the next one, the productions, performance, and the last thing is should not be forget to record everything about the animals. This might be the record for improve your farm and improve your products from your farm. The next one is after we product the chicken productions, and next we should consider before slaughter, should consider about the factor that might be effect on the meat qualities. we call pre-slaughter factors. The meat qualities we have considers about the stress that might be effects on the animals. The effects that we know that from this pathway that normally when the animal get stressed, the animals uh, might be the corticotropin releasing hormone might be stimulated from the hypothalamus, will stimulating to secretions of the ACTH that we call adenocorticotropin hormone to synthesis the cortisol. That this one cortisol, if we found in many of research paper that this cortisol might be effects on the meat qualities of the animal, that they will the cortisol will be increasing of the metabolisms of the animals that might be make the metabolisms of glycogen that make the meat when glycogen's metabolism they will get lactic acid and ATP, right? And then the the lactic acid will accumulate in the meat that will affects on the meat of the animal will have the lower of pH that we will say well pale soft and oxidative meat that is might be criteria to the low of meat qualities. So the pre-slaughter factors on the meat qualities we have to consider for the heat stress and stagger and changing on the shanker line for the catching step and for the creating step and transportations uh, and for the feed withdrawal, and the last one is lilac. So if we manage all the factor as well, we will not find this defects on the meat part. For the heat state we say for the animal the comfortable temperature should be around 16 to 28 degrees Celsius. And if the temperature is more than 30 degrees Celsius, the chicken activity will change and might be affect on the growth, especially on the boilers. And for the Thai native chickens, I think they can survive as well, even though our temperatures in our country more than 38 degrees Celsius. But if the temperature is more than 38 degrees Celsius, the chickens might be become the problem for the heat stress. For the struggle and shankrings on the shaking lines. So if it have this problem, the wings of the chickens will like a five flip flop ladies, and it will make the wing get some blood on the wing like this. So it make the pH of the meat become drop and increase the redness of the breast meat too. So it make the lactic concentrations in the breast in chickens after slaughter increasing. So the behaviors of the animal will affects on these defects on the chicken. They found that the slow growing line, like Thai native chickens, being more reactive than the fast growing line. For the catching ways, we should catching softly to the animals. Don't throw them. Otherwise, this will make the bone brokings, and it have some bust on the wing and leg broken too. So you should make them like a welfare, consider about welfare and make softly to the chickens. For the transportations, creative and transportations. If the animal gets stressed, it will increase the plasma corticosterone level in the chickens, and it will make the chicken get the physical injuries. The next one is the feed withdrawal. The feed withdrawal is the first step in the slaughtering process. So we recommend that the chicken should be feed withdrawal about 8 to 10. Some people said 8 to 12 hours to make the digestive system, to make it clean and clear from the food. So when we slaughter, they have no leakage from the intestine or the some organs. And the feed withdrawals is, they said, is might be increase of corticosterone according the animal getting straight from no food for them. So you should give the water to the animal all the time. Just withdraw the feed. Slaughtering process. I think now we normally use the commercial standard commercials that we might be set up from EU. So the slaughtering process we have to aim to minimize to the pain and sufferings of the animal to the use properly of stun method, and we use scientific knowledge to the animals they to make it standard, and it is applied to the farm animals. And this one is the slaughtering process for the chickens. We hanging and we take the electrical stunning, like some of our country they stunning, they put the electrical on the water, and then the chicken stunning and then come to the leg butt, and then scouring, unhairing, sorting, take eviscerations, and make it cooling with the cooling tank that they will put water and ice inside to make the carcass to get about 4 degrees Celsius after slaughter, and then portions and packaging to the supermarket or to the market. So this one is the slaughtering process. You can see some pictures of slaughtering process, fasting and then hanging, and then electrical stun like this. The voltage and the time might be changed. It depends on the size of the animals. Send the breedings and then scouting to take the feathers out, and then punking. And next, take the evisceration for Thai native chickens. Normally, we didn't have the machine to take to take the organ, the inside of organ. So normally we use our hand to take it out. This one is just for the big of the processing pan that they normally use for boilers. For Thai native chicken, just a small scale. So then for the eviscerations for Thai native chickens, we use by human to take the intestine out, and then cooling system. We have two tanks to decrease the temperatures of the carcass the temperature of the tank 1 should be less than 16 degrees Celsius. And for the tank 2, the temperature should be less than 4 degrees Celsius. So the carcass, the temperatures of the carcass should be between the dressing percentage is the same. The Thai native chicken in this experiment, the chickens, the age around 4 months, and the boilers is for 42 day, 42 day. So you can see this, the time is different for slaughter weights according to the market size. We slaughter according to the market size. So the dressing percentage when we compare is the same. For the retail cut, we found that the pectoralis minor that we call the fillets of the chickens, of the Thai native chickens quite is bigger than the boilers, and the thighs of Thai native chicken bigger than more than boilers, and wings is also higher than boilers. Drumstick also higher than boiler. But for the percentage of bone, we found that they found that the boilers have percentage of bone more than Thai native chickens. The types of defections of the meat after slaughter. This one we should consider when we get the meat to the consumer. We will found some defects. Here, during slaughterings, we can see carcass bruisings. It will cause from the stunning wound is too high. The picker is not properly adjust and the field cost, and it have poor beat out. According, it have the rate of the wing pick. Sorry, I found some people try to chat to me. Okay. So the for the poor beat out, it will cause from improper setting for the neck cuttings. It have the breath time too short, so it have some the breath inside inside the body. So it have the also have the backup personnel in killing area. The bird is not properly stunning or is over scouting. The next one is the shattered bone, disintegrated of heart and liver, pour in but in the body cavity, but splash or but spot in the meat. The cause might be from the stunning wound is too high. The next is the miscut or broken hock. The cause is from improper of setting on hock cutter, worn equipment, bird is not hang correctly, bird side variations, and weak bone. And the next one, under pickings, the cause is from the scouring process. It means the water is too low or not uniform. This one, I take the pictures from the paper for the stun process. They have two different. This one is when we see the meat is paler and no brushings on the meat. If they stunning for halal stunning, if the non-halal stunning boiler, you can see some of meat is will getting dark when compared with halal stun, and it will get some purple due to brushings on the meat like this. So this paper, they conclude that they should stunning for halal standing, it will get better of the meat qualities. We can see during restorations problems about the carcass contaminations, dark grade too high, carcass contaminations with bile. The cause for carcass contaminations is caused from boiler is feed withdrawal too short or too long in processing, and intestine are cut or torn during you take it out, and downgrade is too high. Wing bush and the back bush, leg bush is have poor beat out. It have contaminations, so it's have to downgrade the carcass. And the last one, carcass contaminations with bile. Okay, it's caused from feed withdrawal time too long or door spoon need adjusting. So my students, some they have problem when they take it out and it make the by broken. So the meat will become not suitable for consume. During chilling and packaging, you can find the problems about the carcass or the part is have the moisture too low or too high. The cause is from improper time for chillings and the temperatures is not improper. The cut tears and excessive loose skin. The temperature too high or too low is caused from improper of the temperature in the chillers. And the next problems excessive short weight. It have the cost for moisture too high and products is warming during transportations. The last one, the product return of odor, is mean when you have problems about the storage and transportations might be improper of temperatures or is have contaminations from microbials to the meat of the chickens. So come to some parts of my research that I'm focusing on the structures and muscle physiology that I try to research about the Thai native chicken, compare between the boilers. So let's see how let's see the structure first. The structures of the muscle. The muscles is we have the connective tissue surroundings of the muscle fiber. We call endomysium, perimysium, and epimysium. Uh, endomysiums is surrounding the muscle fiber inside when you see these pictures. This one we is surrounding with endomysium, and when we have many of muscle fiber, it will be surrounding of perimysium again, and we call the muscle bundle. Uh, and muscle bundle, many of muscle bundle will will go together, and it will surrounding with connective tissue that we call epimysiums. And then this one we found the difference between Thai native chickens and boilers. And in my experiment, I divide the muscle fiber characteristic to total number of fiber, the length and the cross sections area, and the diameters of Thai native chicken and breed. So we found that is the muscle fibers is have the influence on the skeleton muscle mass. And this one I correct the data from many research before go to my research. We found that the muscle if the chicken have the larger of diameters, the we call the weight of the animals will be higher. Like this one is almost is the commercial breed for the broilers, and for when we compare with the native chickens, it's quite smaller. So this is one of my research that I published in publications in Italian Journal of Animal Science. The the title is Breed Related Number and Size of Muscle Fiber and Their Response to Carcass Quality in Chickens. In these experiments, I compare between Acre broilers and Thai native chicken ปลาดูหางดำ ปลาดูหางดำ is when we compare between the live weight. We found that ปลาดูหางดำ is have less of live weight than broilers, and also the breast and thighs is lower than the broilers. For the muscle fiber characteristic, when we compare, we found that the muscle fiber diameters of the Thai native chickens and fiber areas less than broilers, but the endomysium thickness of Thai native chicken is higher than broiler. That is mean why the Thai native chickens is less tender than broilers, and the size is smaller than broiler. When we compare by the histological techniques, by we staining with hematocyanin eosins, we found a picture like this in breast and in thigh. You can see the size of muscle fiber is quite larger than Thai native chickens, both in breast and thigh. And for the endomysium and epimysium is less than Thai native chickens, smaller than Thai native chicken. That's why Thai native chickens is firm of texture. According, they have a larger of connective tissue. So the last one, I think this is the last table for my experiments. Is we found the correlation between the fiber diameters and breast. We found the positive correlations, and also the fiber areas. We found the positive correlations with the breast percentage. For the endomysium thickness, for the live weight, we found the negative correlations, and we found negative correlation with breast part also. So the Thai native chickens processing in our country, which after we try to study about the structures of the chickens, we try to processing the Thai native chicken meat to the products. Like this one is such a kind of the products that we sell in the supermarket. This is the part of the Thai native chicken that we will marinate with some of herb like turmeric, garlic, and some of lemongrass, pepper, and some of soya sauce. And the people can select and use for cooking, like for grill, for roast, like this. And this also might be from breast part or fillet part. This also the marinade products from Thai native chickens. And this one like we call such a kind of sausage in the north part of Thailand. If you have a chance to come to Thailand, you can see we call sai ua. they use chicken meat and put some of turmeric and put some garlic, lemongrass, and some of chili sauce, and then we mix together with chicken meat and put it in the case, and we will grill and eat with sticky rice. And this is the portions of Thai native chicken. This is the wing, and this is some of internal organ, and this is of some of steaming of chickens that the taste quite spicy. They steaming and take time about maybe 1 hour, and then take it out. And this the last slide is the some of products from KU Betong chicken. The previous one is from Padu Hang Dam chicken, and this is from our student that they have to feed and to they have program to feed the chicken and then to sales on the on the Gazette fair that normally we manage on the January every years, and this one is the KU Betong glue, and the next is boiling put in the boiling water and then take it out. We call khao man gai in Thai. So hope you enjoy for my presentations, and just if you have time, come to Thailand, and if I have a chance, I will like set some lab for practice for cooking like this. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ann, for your nice and very interesting presentation. The last slide is so very tempting, make us hungry, Dr. Ann. So very delicious. Unfortunately, this is an online one, so we only can imagine that, yeah. So very tempting,
Yes,
so very delicious.
if I have a chance to go to join summer course next time, if we didn't have COVID like this, to join, and then we will have a class for teaching for cooking like a Thai traditional from Thai native meat like this.
Okay, such an interesting idea. Pasep will write down that, so perhaps we can arrange that for next summer course. Okay, now we are going to the discussion session. Before we start, we can ask to our committees already okay for we do the interactive one. Pak Arman, Pak Asep, it's already okay, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Please, anybody, if you want to ask a question directly, raise your hand. Before I go to the chat room, just raise hand, and I will help by the committee to see somebody who raise their hand. Okay, let's see. Freeman Alfred Fau, you can ask first. Please say your name and from university are you? Okay, please. And we have 3 questions for this term, and then we can continue to another question. Okay. The first one is Priman, and the second one is Arman. Can I know the list? This after Priman. Okay, Priman, and then okay, Priman, you first, and I can find the second one. Please turn on your audio.
Yes, sir. Well, thanks the opportunity that given to me. And ma'am, I want to ask, if you do not mind for telling us more about the record keeping in Thailand, so how far is it going, the record keeping in there, and is it for good management? That's all.
Okay, the second one, the question, who's okay, Gilang.
Sorry,
Okay,
Good
sorry.
afternoon.
Okay,
For the first questions, I have some problems with internet
Oh, yeah?
connections.
Okay, Prima,
Okay.
you can you
Sorry,
can
sorry.
repeat the question, please.
Okay, I will repeat my question. So, ma'am, if you do not mind if telling us more about the record keeping, so how far is it going, the record keeping in Thailand, and is it something usually or common for in good purpose in good management in there? That's all.
Okay, record keeping for native chicken, yeah, Prima, you mean?
Yes,
Okay.
maybe for the other livestock could be explained
Okay.
too.
You
Okay,
asked
second
about the record keeping, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
You want to
okay.
Yes,
answer
ma'am.
it directly, or we can keep that question and then we ask another question, or you want to answer it directly now, Dr. An?
Okay, I will correct all the questions and then answer only after you. I mean, you can ask me first. After that, and then I will answer
Okay, we can continue to the second one, please.
all questions.
Okay, please, Gilang.
Good afternoon. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Ann. My name is Bila from IPB University. I have a question about the commercial system for raising a native chicken that will be just the meat test and the meat characteristic for the native chicken. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Ann, can you get the point for of the Gilang question, or you should repeat the question?
You asked about the commercial system for Thai native chicken, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, the third one, the third question, anybody? If not, I will call Ahmad Fatoni. Are you there, Ahmad Fatoni? You write down on the chat. Is it better to you to
Yes,
ask
sir.
directly? Okay, you can ask directly to Dr. Ann, please.
Okay, sir. I want to ask about native chicken. There is many native chicken breeder and farmer in Borneo, but the problem is expensive feed because it uses conventional feed. So how do we handle it? So the second answer, I want to ask how good structure change for native chicken because in Borneo so hot. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Ahmad Fatoni from Borneo Island, eastern part of Indonesia, Dr. Ann. He asked about the
Yes.
native chicken in Borneo, so very expensive because use a conventional feed. How we can handle that with feed, especially, yeah. And then how about the
Yes. And structure change.
okay housing system? Because Borneo Island is so very hot. Do you have any suggestion for the housing
Yes.
structure or something? There's three questions for this session. Please, Dr. Ann.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, for the first questions that you asked about the record keepings, how they can use for the manage right? Normally, I just give some the example for our university. For KU Betong, we begin record for the for the Siemens of the chickens, for the Siemens, how the abilities of the Siemens of the chicken, and then we record about egg the egg that it can be hatcherings. Okay, then we will know the performance of male and female, and then we will select thing again. After that, we should record about the performance from the like we have F0 and then the the chicken that are hatching and how they feed them. They should record about the ADG and FCR every day, and we will get some informations about the growth performance of the chickens, and then we will be checked back to the male and females like F1 of the grandparents or parent level. So we will have the data about the carcass of every chicken that we go out. That then normally we will select the bad one outside from our farm. So we have to record this one like a semen, the hatching rate, and the egg of in each chickens, and the ADGs and FCR. This should be good for us to know, and we will know about the cost of the feeding too when we know this data. And this is okay for.
Okay, Freeman. Any feedback for the from Dr. Ann? Is there any feedback from you?
Oh, yes, sir. I want to ask if is it something usual or common for the record keeping in farm, or just several can do that?
For the farm might be you didn't have some specific equipment to check like semen, right? So you have you just have the record the hatching rate for the chicken, right? And then you have to correct the feed that the animal eat every day, and the weight that the animal gain every day. This might be a good things for to identify you feed them enough or not. Some of our students have the problem like this. They did not record the feed every day, and they did not record the weight every day, and then they record like a one week per time like this. So the number might be the actual number when you calculate to ADG and FCR. It will be high number. So these two parameter is quite important thing that if you have your own farm, you have to collect them, and you have to correct the data about the what's the problems and like you found some of chickens have problems about the health, you have to correct too. Keep the data about the vaccine too. If you have some problem with the disease coming out to your country or to your farm, so you can check that they already get some vaccines or not. And I found that some of the farmer they send the blood to check some of after they inject the vaccine. They send some blood to check the immune response to get the record. Because have some farmer that have the problem about some of vaccine did not active as well. Why it still have some of disease in that farm? Because the immune of the animal did not respond to the vaccine. So this might be help the farmer get rid from the disease. As you know that if one chicken gets some disease, they easily to spread to another one, right? So this is important point to record.
Okay, Freeman. Okay.
Yes, okay, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Next to the second question, Dr. An.
The second questions asks about the commercial system for Thai native chicken, right?
Yeah.
For the commercial system for Thai native chickens, now they, according they have like a Thai native chicken is quite slow growing. It's take time. It's quite take time for for ready to slaughter weight. So the company did not interesting any to make Thai native chicken to be a commercial. So normally in our country still have like smallholder farmings, or some of them raising them in the house like this, small scale. It's not a large scale, so it's quite difficult to make a commercial. According some of them said it take time. If 1 year you can have only 2 times to harvest them, to slaughter them. So almost company interesting boiler. Boilers just take time about okay, I think one 1.5 months to ready to slaughter, and then they earn more money. The things like this. So it's quite hard to make this like a commercial. And as I know now, they try to crossbreed between Thai native chickens to the pure breed that is quite fast going. So it make it short, and we call three crossbreed, and it will take time about 3 or 4 months to ready to slaughter, and the size is bigger. Okay.
Okay, Gila, any feedback?
If I want to raise my native chicken, if there is in Indonesia, and I'm using a commercial system, are there is different meat taste or meat characteristic in the chicken?
Okay, this means that if Gilang want to try to do an industrial one for the native chicken, is there any different meat characteristic of the native chicken that are produced? Is there any specific characters or different characters like that, Gila? You mean?
Yes.
For the characteristic of the, I think almost native chickens around the world, according the characteristic and behavior, like they activity all the time, they fry and not eat and sleep like boiler. The meat qualities is might be the same of native chicken around the world. The taste might be more tasty when you compare with the boiler. You will see actually it's different, the taste and smells and the tenders of the meat. The native chickens almost quite less of tender when we compare with the boiler. And if you want to try to raise the native chicken in your country, just give them have your own characteristic. Have you ever heard about you are what you eat? You might give some special things for your native chickens to eat, and then they will have their own characteristic of meat. Just for example, in Thai, some people give some of herb to the Thai native chickens to make them strong, rid from disease, and some of the meat might be have some smell of herb inside, or when we analyze it for the meat quality, especially some of herb that have influence on the fatty acid. The meat, the fatty acid composition of the meat might be changed, in the meat that you get.
Okay, Gilang, I think about the. Is it okay? It's already answered your
Yes, I
question,
think
huh?
it's okay. Yes,
Okay.
already. Thank you,
Next,
Dr.
the third
N.
one, Dr. Ann.
Okay.
The third one about how your suggestion, yeah, for the feed because in Eastern Indonesia, Borneo Islands, it's a very expensive, and also about the housing design for the native chicken because it's a very hot climate in Borneo Island or Borneo province.
So this is a hard questions. According I never go to that place. So just give some an idea that for the feed for the native chickens, you just consider that the chickens can grow if they get some suitable of feed. The native chickens normally they can survive by themselves. They can eat some of cereals. They can eat some of feed meals, or like they can eat some of rice hull. They can eat some of grass leaf, so that they can survive. But if somebody try to make it commercial, they just put some of commercial feeding to them and hope they will uh, fast going. So I think this point, if we didn't have to make the feed too expensive, we just give some things that like like the waste from consumer to the chickens, or the waste from your farm for your farming system, like from corn, from grass, or from rice hull. The animals can grow because in Thai they have some experiment that they try to compare between the local feed. It means the feed that you saw in the video clip, and the commercial one, and the commercial feed that from the companies. The growing rate is different, but not too much different. But the feed is different because the first one is you get from the waste like this, and the chicken eat, and the other one you have to buy. So the commercial one is make you have the high of capital. So everything is expensive. For the housings of the chicken, according to the native chicken, the behavior is you some of them stay in in the jungle, and then the people catch them to feed like this. So it's it's not necessary to make the housing like a commercial one. You can make like a conventional. The easy housing is okay for the native chicken. Some of them, my house also have some of native chicken that we raise them in our house areas. We just have some of small cage that after the sunset, they come to our house, and they can survive by themselves. It don't take too much time for take care them.
Okay, Ahmad, any feedback?
Okay, nothing, sir. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. You're welcome. Okay, before we continue to the interactive one, there is one question from Umi Latifah. He can ask directly, Dr. N. Apologize because some audio problem with her, so I will read the question.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Miss Anne. My name is Umi Latifa from IPB University. I want to ask, in her village, there is a lot of native chicken farmers. They put their chicken together with the owners in house in their
In-house.
house. Yeah. In terms of animal welfare, he said that because he realized that it can bother the owner because they put the chicken together inside the house. You have any solution or that or any idea regarding the animal welfare aspect of that, Dr. Ann?
Uh, if they put in their house, it is make the behavior of animal change. If it is make the behavior of animal change, it should not be considered as the animal welfare, right? I think go to the house, uh, people might be things they can take care them as well. No pain, no thirsty, no hungry, but it is make the behavior change from the normal that they should be. So if it's make the behavior that make the normal of the animal change might be it's not in the animal welfare conditions.
Okay, I hope Umi because he cannot ask interactively. So I think it's already answered, yeah. Because the second question is quite similar with Ahmad Fatoni, the previous question. She asked about the housing design or design of the native chicken housing. So you already mentioned that, yeah. You have to put
Yes.
some. You have to little bit modified on the cage or housing regarding to his to the behavior of the native chicken that you answered the previous question. Okay, we still have 12 minutes and we have three participants that want to ask. First, I will call Eno Triantri. Eno Triantri, and the second one is who is it? Darmawan Laksono, and the third one is, pardon, I have to see this. Okay, from two participants, first from Eno Triantri, I invite Eno Triantri to ask directly to Dr. Ann. Eno Triantri, you are there?
Good afternoon.
Okay,
Good
please.
afternoon.
Okay, Taufal.
Hello, ma'am. So, in your presentation, I showed that you mentioned about the halal meat, and I'm interested to ask about the halal meat industry chicken in Japan,
It's
and
in Thailand.
also, sorry, in Thailand. Sorry, and also, I would like to know about the Thai chicken halal industry in Thailand. Thank you.
Okay, the second one is Darmawan Laksono, and the third one is to file. I saw to file raise hand. Okay. Second one is Darmawan Laksono. I invite you to ask directly. So unmute your audio, please. Darmawan Laksono.
Okay, good afternoon, madam. My name is Sonny from IPB University. From what I am aware of, I think Thai chickens are quite similar with our local chicken. Is it true or not? I don't really know. But in 2016, my district suffers some kind of bird flu outbreaks, and I heard the same thing happens in Thailand. My question is, what biosecurity requirements are required for us to prevent such thing from happening in the future? Because as far as I know, open housing is quite a bit risky housing for chickens because they are really risky to be exposed to virus like bird flu or something. I don't really quite understand. But the thing is, what biosecurity are required for us to prevent next bird flu outbreaks that could happen in our district or maybe in Thailand or something, or maybe another place. Okay, that's my question.
Okay, the last one, to file. I invite to file, to file,
Good
yeah?
afternoon, Doctor. And
Okay.
I'm Tufal from IPB University. My question is, your last answer to Ahmad Fatoni is to reduce the productivity costs for this Thai chicken. We can use one of the feed is consumer waste, but my question is it possible to bring the zoonosis from that consumer waste to the farmer like that? Thank you.
Okay. Please, Dr. Ann.
For the last questions, as I get my point, I'm not sure I get your point correct or not. For the reduce the cost that I said, the farmer will reduce by the waste, right? And what you want to say?
Is there any
Another way?
Is there any possibility to bring zoonosis to the farm? Because as we know, it is from the consumer waste, and maybe there are disease and that can make a zoonosis to the farm of that chicken. Maybe.
Okay.
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 So you can already get the point for the third question, yeah, Dr. Ann?
Okay. I get all the point. And for the first questions about the halal meat in Thailand, for the halal meat in Thailand, if you go to the slaughterings plant, almost halal chicken meat in Thailand for chicken. We have some of committee from, I don't know how to say, from halal committee to go to the slaughter plant to check and to check every plant in Thailand that want to export to another country to make everything, every step to should be in the halal regulations. And for Thai native chickens, I think maybe some of them is not available for halal meat of halal chickens in Thailand. But for the commercial, like a boiler, as I talked with some of my friend that they working in the processing plant, they have the people from halal committee in Thailand go to check every step of the pan, and every pan that ready to sell for Muslim people or the people want to eat some halal, they have a symbol that they prove that it's halal for the consumer on the product.
Okay.
Yes.
It's
Thank
already
you,
answered
ma'am.
your question. Okay, the next one, Dr. Ann.
Okay, so if you come to Thailand, just buy in the supermarket, and then you can make sure that it's already halal. Or if you see the export chicken meat from Thailand, you can see the symbol. Almost them already check that is halal for the Muslim people. For the second questions that you said that that in Thai we ever get some bird influenza, right? And if we using the open housing, you worry about the how to prevent from the disease like this, right? According to right?
Well, it's more like yeah, it's like that. But my point is how do I say this? Well,
Can
yeah,
I help
like
you?
this. No.
He's asking about the biosecurity in smallholder farmers, perhaps.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
How we can
How do
arrange
we?
biosecurity for the smallholder farmers level. For smallholder farmers,
For
for the biosecurity system in smallholder farmers. How we can do that?
for the security for prevent like a disease like this for smallholder
Yeah.
farmings. We
Yeah.
have the system like
Smallholder
this.
open house farmer. Yes, that's
Okay.
the word. Okay.
Okay. For the smallholder farmings, almost there is a Thai native. For the boiler, we did not mention because it's a big scale, right? So for the boiler, almost there is the closed system, like the evaporative system. For the smaller one, for where we go to the we go to the housing, we have how we have uh, some of some of area to put your leg inside. We have some of sterile some of the chemical that kill all bacteria or microbials or some of pathogens before go to the farm, right? uh, and then every time when the farmer go to the go to their own farm, they have to change their clothes, that the clothes is used for farm and already to cleanings or kill off some pathogens inside. uh, if if we have time, sorry, if we have time, you can see the system that they try to manage by the video for the open system. Kill every step, like for the equipment or make it clean the housings or spray with the chemical that can kill all the pathogens or some of bacteria, microbials, everything. And this is the step for the small housings.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ann. Next to the last question
The
from
last
Tufail.
questions. Yes, the waste that we give for the animals, and then you worries about the disease because it's the waste, right? The
Yeah.
waste is in our country that we normally give to the chicken, like when we finish for consume in every meal, we collect and we give them. Or some of waste is mean waste from the harvest, from harvest vegetable. So it's not mean it's have some disease or pathogen to the animals. So it's not the waste that is not good to consume.
Okay. Still have 3 minutes. I invite last question from overseas student, perhaps from Australia, from Taiwan, or from Malaysia. Anyone who want to ask to Dr. Ann? For the last question, there is Mr. Sam. There is a Naim Rosali, Shakira, or Soleha. Is there anyone to ask question to Dr. Ann? Or I will invite one of them to ask the question. Shakira, are you there? Shakira, are you there? Okay, no. Naim Rosali. Soleha, not yet ready. And Mr. Sam from Australia, do you want to ask a question directly, Mr. Sam?
My daughter want to join our lecture.
That's okay, Dr. Ann. That's okay. She's so cute. Mr. Sam? Okay, if there's not any question and
Thank you anyway. It's all
okay.
it's all very explanatory. Thank you. Self-explanatory.
So there's no question from okay, it's all clear. Mr. said that. Okay. I do apologize, Dr. Ann. The time is up. I believe that there is still a lot of question from student, and I hope that you said that if there is still some question or our student or the participant want to or have a plan to study abroad to Thailand and looking for the supervisor that perhaps they can contact you, yeah, for further information.
Very welcome to contact directly to me.
Okay, there is a very, very interesting presentation. I do believe that all participants will get new knowledge, new side information about this topic. Before we end this session, I will share my screen to share on behalf of our committee, Dr. Ann, and head of our Department of Animal Production and Technology, and also our Dean of Faculty of Animal Science. We would like to give you a certificate of appreciation for joining us in Summer Cross Program 2020. It's a great honor for us that you want to share or to join with this program. And our committee will organize to send this certificate to you, perhaps by email will be convenience for you, yeah, to send the certificate. This is the certificate for you, Dr. Ann.
Thank you for your nice inviting me to join this program, and I hope I can share some of my experience and to share some of your students, and hope in the next future if somebody want to come to study abroad, or if you have some topics that I might be help to join and to work with you, really welcome. Okay. Thank you.
I will stop my screen. And before we leave, or before we end this, we will have a photo session. So please, everyone, turn on your video. Our committee will organize to take a picture of all of us. Pak Arman or our committee is staff ready to take a picture, please? Okay, smile, big smile.
Okay, slide 1.
Okay, slide 1. We have a 7 slide, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Slide 2. Three. Four. Five. Six. Finish.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arman. for being a virtual photographer for us. Yeah. Okay, so this is end of our session. So before we have a take a break, we have a little longer break actually. We will start again on at 3:30, and during the break we will show you a short video about the beauty of Indonesia, and we will fly virtually to East Nusa Tenggara Timur Province. Yeah, I have committed
Yes.
already. And Dr. Ann, if you still have a time, still you can watch our video. But if you have another meeting or another schedules, it is okay if you want to leave the room. And again, thank you very much
Thank you.
from us. See you again in next in another events actually.
Okay,
Bye,
thank you.
Dr. Ann.
Bye.
Thank you,
Bye.
Anne. Thank you. See you.
Okay. We'll take a break, yeah. Again, we'll come back at 3:30. Please enjoy the video. Farman ready for the video? Okay.
I'm sorry, Mas Dimas, no sound.
No sound at all.
Okay.
While our operator prepare for the video, just again to remind you 3:30, so you have a little bit longer break to take a cup of coffee to stay awake for you, and also pray ashar for some Muslim participant. Yeah, we'll continue with another session with Dr. Marion with a dairy, sustainable dairy production.
Mystical Flores. Life in unison with enchanting nature. Sustaining heritage. Preserving the craft. A way of life. Hospitality is a fundamental custom. Tradition maintained through celebrations. Captivating ritual. Vibrant culture. Solemn acts of devotion. Humble offering to the Mother Earth. Travel back in time to meet history of the nation's founding father. View the spectacular crater lakes of Kelimutu. A precious experience. A magnificent sight to behold. encounter a new world. Lively, amusing, whimsical, warm-hearted, an enchanting universe generously welcomes you to an experience of a lifetime. Gentle people of Flores. Wonderful Indonesia.
A budding tourist destination in a panoramic fishing town of Labuan Bajo. A perfect retreat for peace and tranquility. And for those who seek adventure. Amazing dive sites. Magnificent underwater life in glassy seas. Exploring and discovering is never ending. Stunning landscape. Delight in the legendary Pink Beach. Uncovering Earth. See the nocturnal. And feast on the splendid scenery. Isolated to conserve. Land of the Dragons. Sanctuary for the endemic. Natural habitat of the giant lizards. Beautiful beasts. Magnificent journey into the wild. Komodo Island. Wonderful Indonesia. Pristine tropical beaches. Exotic rituals. In the beautiful island of Lombok. Colorful craft. Created from local resources. Presented to visitors. Authentic traditional villages. distinctive pottery. Guests can take part in the process. Exquisite pearls. Embark on a remarkable voyage. A visit to the nature preserve. Towards the sea and beaches. A thrilling adrenaline rush in a spectacular turquoise water. Parties on the beach. Celebration of enigmatic local culture. Amazingly festive. Exploring the treks, crystal clear waters of the towering plateaus. A serene volcano in Lombok, the other island paradise. Wonderful Indonesia.
Sumba. How many lifetimes would it take to visit the every single hidden beauty in this fascinating island? For me, hundreds of times. To feel the warm welcome from the locals that makes me feel at home at their first hello. To cross the distance, to walk so many different paths and simply get lost. To get amazed by its unique forms of nature, as every each of them is God's masterpiece. To move every part of my body as the stomping music takes me into tranquility. To cleanse my mind in the simplest way by letting the vibes of my surrounding take control over me. To touch the coolness of afternoon breeze, reminding me once again the meaning of being free. To learn, to create, to discover, to actualize, to dream up, to find myself, and ready to move forward. I finally understand the greatest and most important adventure of our lives is discovering who we really are. I found it in Zumba.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, Dr.
Hi.
Marion.
Hello.
Welcome
How?
aboard.
Yes. Hello, Iman. Nice to see you.
Hi.
Welcome aboard to our events.
Yes. Thanks very much.
We will wait for 5 minutes, yeah, before we start.
Yes. Great. I'm going to
Okay.
check if I can share my screen. Is that okay?
Okay, but perhaps I will have to share my screen first, I think, to show your CV. But I think still 5 minutes. If you want to share some information before, okay, you can please share.
No, I will wait until
will.
your introduction. Yeah.
I will check the committee will open your connection to can share your PPT. Halo, Pak Arman. Halo, Pak Arman.
Yes.
Can you click Dr. Marion as a co-host?
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Marion. So you can share your file now.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, you can try to share the screen.
For checking is okay, Doctor.
And also warm greeting to Dr. Mashito, perhaps. Dr. Mashito still join with us. Good afternoon, Dr. Mashito from Malaysia. Okay, so everything work well with the presentation, Dr. Mari?
Yes. Do you see my screen, my PowerPoint?
Yes. How about
Great.
our voice also sounds clear, very clear for you?
Very clear. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes. So how about the discussion? Should we do that at the end of the presentation?
Yes, yes. I will explain it later on. We will wait.
I have two presentations.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah. And
Should
just
we
before
start the committee? Pardon?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Pak Bu Irma, Pak Arman, and Pak Asep, could we start our session?
It's good.
Okay. Good afternoon, all the participants. Welcome back again to our second session of summer course event today. I hope all participants still enthusiastic, yeah, to follow the lecture from Dr. Marion about the sustainable dairy production. Perhaps a cup of coffee, tea, or hot chocolate can recharge your energy, so you feel stay awake also to listening to the lecture. Yeah. Okay. Today, the presentation will be delivered by Dr. Marion De Vries. Did I spell your name correctly, Dr. Marion?
Correctly. Yes. Thanks very much.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. There will be two presentations, and it's maximum 1 hour for you. Is it enough for you?
Should
Maximum
be
1 hour
okay.
for
Yeah.
for the presentation, and then
I will
followed
talk
by
quick.
the discussion around 30 minutes.
Yes.
We will do the interactive discussion, and we will ask the participant to ask directly to you.
Yeah.
Okay. So before we start, I want to share my screen to show you a short CV of our lecturer. This is correct, yeah? Dr. Marion De Vries from Netherlands. Her educational background, she holds master degree in animal science at Wageningen University, and then hold PhD degree in the same university. And at this moment, she work at researcher at Wageningen Livestock Research. And then this is some her job experience, and mainly all. Yes. Okay. Pardon.
Maybe I should stop sharing.
Yeah, pardon.
Okay.
Okay, everyone can see the my screen. Okay. Okay, again, and then this is all the research and experience regarding to the sustainable of dairy sustainable dairy production as her expertises. Yeah. Okay, this is some main publication. And before we start, again, I will remind you to all participants to keep on your video and also to fill in the attendance list and also prepare for the question for the next session in discussion. So ask many things to Dr. Marion. Okay, everything is okay. Oh, and 1 hours for you, Dr. Marion. Times is yours, please.
Great, thank you so much, Edith. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marion de Vries, as mentioned by Edith, and I'm working at Wageningen University in Research in the Netherlands. And in my research, I focus on environmental sustainability of dairy production systems, and then particularly with regard to greenhouse gas emissions causing climate change. I'd like to congratulate the organizing committee on organizing a course with such an important topic. That's really great to see that IPB is doing this. And it's great to see that so many people and students are attending this course. I think we would not be able to have so many people joining in a summer course in the Netherlands. That's really, really great. It's an honor for me to give a talk about this topic, greenhouse gas emissions from dairy production systems. And I will have 2 talks today. The first one is a more general talk about greenhouse gas emissions from dairy production systems worldwide. And then I will have a second talk about a project that we had in Indonesia about in Lembang subdistrict about this topic. So that's more a practical case. Let me see. Yeah. So in this presentation, I will talk about the impacts of global dairy production on climate change. I will explain how we estimate greenhouse gas emissions from dairy production. And I will talk about possible options to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from dairy production systems. And I will talk about, in the next presentation, about this case study in Lembang subdistricts. So we have 1.6 billion cattle in our world, including beef and dairy cattle. And you see there's dense concentrations of cattle in South America, India, East Africa, and Northern Europe, also in the Netherlands, where I'm currently living. Indonesia, you also see a bit of a red area in Java. Most cattle are concentrated on Java. But the number of cattle is not that high if you compare it to the human population of Indonesia, which is very big. But the number of heads, the number of cattle in Indonesia is 16 million. And that is about 1% of the global cattle population. In the Netherlands or in West Europe, we produce about 22% of the milk in the world. And that's the largest of all regions in the world. So there are various ways in which livestock production has a negative impact on our environment. This started actually to become much more clear in 2006 when this report was produced. It's Livestock's Long Shadow. It was a book published by FAO, and it summarized the negative impacts of livestock production. And those impacts include global warming and other air pollution, like ammonia causing acidification of ecosystems, land use and degradation, including, for example, deforestation and overgrazing by cattle, water use and pollution, and biodiversity loss. And in this presentation, I will only focus on the first aspect, global warming. So I will not talk about the other environmental impacts. So in dairy production systems, greenhouse gas emissions are produced. And cattle contribute to global warming through 3 types of greenhouse gas emissions. The first one is methane, the second nitrous oxide, and the third is carbon dioxide. We can summarize these, the total impact of these 3 types of greenhouse gas emissions as CO2 equivalents by adding up these emissions corrected for their global warming potential. So each of these types of emissions has a different global warming potential, a strength. So methane is a very strong greenhouse gas, and it is emitted during the digestion of feed inside the animal, inside the ruminants, and this we call enteric fermentation. And this is unique to ruminants, and it's hardly found in monogastric animals like pigs and chickens. That is also why ruminants actually have a large impact on climate change by emitting methane as a strong greenhouse gas. So methane is also emitted from manure storages, particularly in the case of liquid manures. And then the second, nitrous oxide, is also emitted from the manure storage, and then particularly when in case of solid manures. It is also emitted, nitrous oxide, when fertilizers are applied on soils. And also it's emitted from crop residues and from microbial processes in soils. And then the third, carbon dioxide, is emitted when fossil fuels are used, like coals or diesel. And it's also emitted through changes in land use. But CO2 can also be sequestered in soils to brought back to the soil, and thereby it reduces greenhouse gas emissions in the air. So most of you will already know that greenhouse gas emissions lead to global warming and changes in our climate. This means that higher greenhouse gas emissions from livestock will lead to more drastic changes in our climate, and that can have a serious impact for our planet, including, for example, higher temperatures, changes in rainfall patterns, sea level rise, and increased frequency of extreme events, which you know quite a bit about in Indonesia, which is quite clear in Indonesia. So we can quantify the contribution of livestock to climate change actually in 2 ways. When we look at the direct emissions from the livestock sector, so only can you see my pointer when I move my pointer? Do you see my pointer?
Yes,
Edit?
with
Yes.
that's like an arrow or something. Yes.
The pointer. So when I move my pointer on the screen, I'm now pointing at the cow in the screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
The white
okay.
one. The white pointer.
Yes.
You mean?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Yeah, that's good to know. Thank you very much. So in this picture above, you see the direct emissions from the livestock sector only. So that's only the methane and the nitrous oxide emissions from animals and manure. And this, the global livestock sector in total contributes 5% to the total greenhouse gas emissions from human activity when we only count the methane and nitrous oxide emissions from animals and manure. However, when we look at the total emissions at the chain level, the whole dairy value chain in the picture below, then that also includes inputs for the farm like feed and fertilizer. and transportation and processing of the milk and the meat, then the emissions from the total livestock chain are much higher. So they add up to, in total for all livestock, all types of livestock, not only cattle, they add up to 14.5%, which is equal to about 7 gigatons of CO2 equivalents per year. And this is similar to the direct emissions from transport in the world. So in this presentation, I will mainly talk about emissions from the whole dairy chain, so including the inputs to the farm and also the processing of products from the farm. So in livestock, we can distinguish between, generally between monogastrics, which are chickens and pigs with only one stomach. That's why we call them monogastrics, and ruminants, like buffalo, sheep, and goats, and also cattle. Cattle for milk production and for beef production. And from all emissions of livestock, ruminants are causing the main part of the greenhouse gas emissions. And from these ruminants, the cattle producing the milk and the beef, they are producing the main part of emissions from the ruminants. So in cattle production, we can distinguish between dairy and beef, but the dairy sector is not only producing milk, but also beef. So in total, the global dairy sector produces 44% of the global beef production. And the other 56% is of the beef produced in the world is from specialized beef production systems. So today we focus on dairy production. So that means we look at milk production and beef production. So when we look at total emissions of different livestock species in the world, we see that specialized beef systems, only producing beef, are causing the highest total greenhouse gas emissions from livestock production. And this is followed by dairy cattle sector, and then the monogastric animals and other ruminants. And this is not necessarily because these sectors are the largest sectors in number of heads, but mainly because cattle emit more greenhouse gas emissions than monogastric animals. And it's because enteric fermentation. And another reason is that they have, relative to the monogastric animals, like chickens and pigs, they have a relatively low reproduction efficiency. So one mother or father animal does not produce so many young stock. And they also have, compared to the monogastric animals, they have a relatively low, lower feed quality in terms of having more fibers in the diet. That's also what ruminants need for digestion. So when we look at this graph, you see different products on the x-axis and the emissions per kilogram of protein on the y-axis. So we can express emissions as total emissions from the livestock sector, but we can also express them per kilogram of products or per kilogram of protein in that product, because protein is an important aspect of human nutrition. So in this graph, we see the emissions of several livestock products expressed per kilogram of protein. And we see that greenhouse gas emissions per kilogram of protein in beef are much higher than emissions per kilogram of protein in pork or chicken or eggs, and also per kilogram of protein in milk. So this also explains why emissions from livestock in your region, East and Southeast Asia, are relatively low compared to, for example, Latin America. So in this graph, on the left, in the left graph, you see the total greenhouse gas emissions in million tons of CO2 equivalents per region in the world. On the left, you see Latin American countries and then East and Southeast Asia. And then in the right graph, you see the total production of animal protein in million tons. So what we see is that East and Southeast Asia produces a lot of animal protein, and the highest in the world. But yeah,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So I will repeat a bit again. So on the graph, in the graph on the right side, you see that East and Southeast Asia is the largest producer of animal protein, but it does not have the highest emissions from livestock in the world. And that is because it produces relatively much chicken and pork. And so these gray bars are quite high, and relatively low amounts of cattle milk and beef. Nevertheless, beef and milk, if you look at the graph on the left hand, beef and milk are causing about almost half of the total greenhouse gas emissions in Southeast Asia. And so here you see clearly that ruminants have a quite big impact on the total emissions from livestock. And when countries have or regions have less ruminants, that the emissions are relatively lower. So when we look at the past decades, in this graph you see 2005, 2010, and 2015, we see that greenhouse gas emission from dairy production is increasing. And this is the total greenhouse gas emissions from global dairy production. This is due to the increases in production of dairy in response to the increasing international demand for milk. So emissions have increased both from the increase in cow numbers and on the other hand also due to an increase in milk yield per cow. Because a cow with a higher milk yield emits more greenhouse gas emissions because it requires a higher energy intake from feed and it produces more manure, which also emits greenhouse gas emissions. However, without these gains in productivity of animals, more cows would have been needed to deliver the same amount of milk in 2015. So then, if that would have been done with more cows, total emissions would have increased even more. So in this picture, we see that in 10 years' time, it has increased by 18%, the total emissions. But in case productivity would not have increased of cows, it would have increased by 38%. That's what FAO calculated. So when we look at the future, projections are showing that our global demand for food is expected to double by 2050. That is really huge, and it will have an impressive impact on our environment, not only in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, but also land use, water use, and use of other resources. So in this these graphs, you see the projections for food demand for from 2000 until 2050. And this increase in demand, it will mainly take place in the developing countries, such as South and Southeast Asia, and not so much in the Western countries, which we also call OECD countries. So in the top two graphs, you see the line is quite flat. So the demand for crops and for livestock products is not increasing that much in the Western countries, But in South and East Asia, the line is increasing a bit more for crops, and for livestock, it is increasing a lot. So it's more than doubling towards 2050. So it's a very strong increase in demand for livestock products in the coming decades for this region. And also, by the way, for other regions like Africa. So here you see that actually this increase in demand for livestock products globally, it is not only projected for, it's projected for all livestock products, and that also includes dairy products, and that is also projected to increase a lot. Yeah. So how come the demand for livestock products is increasing so much? Well, this is partly driven by population growth, but it's also due to urbanization and also mainly because of higher incomes. And that is what you see in this picture. You see on the x-axis, you see the income per capita, and that means per person. And then on the y-axis, you see the per capita meat consumption. And for people with low incomes, the meat consumption is relatively low. But when income increases, meat consumption increases quickly. And when at a certain point, it flattens again. And so at high income levels, it flattens at around 80 kilograms of meat per person per year. And it might even reduce. So the United States is quite high and Japan is quite low. There's quite exceptions to the rule. So this problem of effects of human activities on climate change, it has also been recognized by our world's leaders. And that is why in 2015, the Paris Agreement was signed by 197 countries. And those countries have agreed to make an effort to limit the global warming to maximum 1.5 to 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels. So the intentions of those countries to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, they are laid down in national determined contribution. We call those NDCs. And also Indonesia has signed this and has also an NDC in which Indonesia has mentioned that it will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by about 30 to 40% by 2030, compared to a business as usual scenario. That is, if things would go the same way as they do now. And this NDC of Indonesia also includes a section on livestock. So, as a researcher, our role is to accurately quantify emissions and to identify suitable options for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And that is why I will explain how we quantify greenhouse gas emissions. So as I mentioned previously, greenhouse gas emissions can be estimated in two ways, either direct emissions from the livestock and manure only, or the whole chain. And countries such as Indonesia have to report annually about emissions per sector. So only the animal and the manure, so methane and nitrous oxide emission. So that is for the livestock sector, it's enteric fermentation and manure. And in the national reports, they do not include the whole chain, other activities in the chain. And they often use a tier 1 method, we call it, which means that you have a fixed emission factor per animal, and you multiply the emission factor with the number of animals in the country. So the other methods for using for assessing environmental impact is based on a chain approach. And this we call a life cycle assessment. It's about the whole production chain. So this means that we evaluate resource use and also emissions to air and water and soil from the total production chain. And that starts with the upstream emissions, we call it, on the left-hand side, for the production of fertilizers, pesticides, feed processing, transporting the feed to the farm and the fertilizers to the farm. And then there's the emissions released on the farm and the on-farm emissions, including methane from enteric fermentation and methane and nitrous oxide from the manure storages and from application, and CO2 and nitrous oxide from feed production. This is a Dutch picture with maize and grass. That's a bit different for Indonesia. And then there's the post-farm gate processes, we call it. In the Netherlands, this is the emissions from the post-farm gate processes are quite low. I believe it's about 2%. So often we only calculate the on-farm emissions and the upstream emissions on the left-hand side and not the post-farm gate emissions. But in developing countries, the post-farm gate emissions are often somewhat higher, and also often food loss is taking place in the post-farm gate stages. And when food loss is occurring, that means that more food needs to be produced to get the same amount of, to deliver the same amount of food. And that is also causing higher emissions due to higher production and to realize this higher production. So in that case, it can be important also to look at the post-farm gate stages. So to calculate emissions, there are formulas, and those formulas are written down in guidelines of IPCC, for example, and these IPCC guidelines for the greenhouse gas inventories, and there's also the LEAP guidelines from FAO that are being used. And those can be used, and those are freely accessible. And there's also many tools that are readily available to calculate emissions, and they are mostly based on these guidelines. And one of them is GLEAM, which is produced by FAO, and GLEAM-I. It's an interactive tool. It's also freely available on the web. You can take a look if you like that. So in that way, we can also, when we calculate emissions, we can also determine what are the main hotspots of emissions. So what are the most important sources of greenhouse gas emissions from the dairy chain? And that will, when we know that, that will help us to also determine where reduction should take place and what are the most effective reduction options. And reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in dairy, we also call it mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions. So mitigation means reduction. So in global dairy production, and these are the emissions from global dairy production, we see that enteric methane from enteric fermentation is causing the largest part of the total greenhouse gas emissions in dairy production. And that is followed by nitrous oxide and carbon dioxide from feed production. And then by methane and nitrous oxide from manure management. Those are the most important sources of greenhouse gas emissions in dairy production. And you see also that energy is quite low, CO2 from energy and using energy, and also a land use change is relatively low in dairy cattle, and that's completely different picture you will see in monogastric animals like pigs and poultry. They have quite a much higher amount of greenhouse gas emissions from feed production and from land use change and from manure management, and almost no enteric fermentation takes place. So what are the options to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from dairy production? Well, what we have learned in the previous slides is that dairy production will continue to increase in the next decades. And the main question, therefore, is how can we guide this development to mitigate the emissions as much as possible? Now, dairy production can be increased in two ways. So it can be increased by increasing the number of dairy animals, milking cows, or it can be increased by increasing the productivity per cow, or you can do both. Well, obviously, the second option is more attractive, and I will explain you why in the next sheet. So in this graph, you see the relation between the milk yield per cow on the y-axis. Sorry, the milk yield per cow on the x-axis, that's here on the x-axis, and the greenhouse gas emissions per kilogram of milk on the y-axis. So what you see that at the low productivity of cows, below 1,000 liters of milk mainly, greenhouse gas emissions are very high per liter of milk produced. So imagine if we would increase milk production by using more of these type of low productive cows, greenhouse gas emissions would increase drastically to meet the demand, the global demand for milk. If we would increase the productivity of cows, we would need fewer cows to produce the same amount of milk, and emissions would be reduced. So those low productive cows, you mainly see them in subsistence farming. So those are farms with little market access, and a bit higher productivity is found in the smallholder systems with market access, and which are optimizing the farming systems and multifunctional systems. And then the really high milk production is found in the specialized dairy production systems that are really optimizing animal performance and that are commodity based. And from our research in Indonesia, we know that in Lembang, at least, cows are producing around 4,000 to 5,000 liters of milk. So they are a bit in the, in the lower emission intensity range. So the previous slides are leading to the key to reduction in emissions in developing countries. And the most effective strategy for those countries is to improve efficiencies. And that means that using less nutrients, energy, animals, and plants to produce the same amount of milk and meat is increasing the efficiency and therefore is also reducing your emissions. If you already have a highly efficient system, then there are other options to further reduce emissions, but those options are most of the times more costly. So improving efficiency is most often also cost effective and therefore also attractive for dairy farmers. And additional options, techniques to reduce emissions are often more costly. So examples are, for example, you can give additives, certain additives to cattle, which are enteric methane blockers. So those feed additives, they reduce methane production in the rumen of cows. You can also, there's also development and much research going on to select animals with lower enteric methane emissions based on genetic selection. This is also a costly activity, but it's also not ready for practice yet. And then there's also techniques to capture emissions, and part of those things can be done and are also done in developing countries, like anaerobic digestion, so a biodigester that converts the methane in manure to CO2 by flaming it, you use the methane to burn it, and that converts methane to CO2. And CO2 is a less strong greenhouse gas than methane, and therefore you reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Problem is that biodigesters might leak methane and thereby contribute to additional greenhouse gas emissions. So that is a bit tricky sometimes and the biodigesters. Also, you can capture emissions from the air by capturing carbon dioxide from the air and sequester it in the soil. For example, grassland uses CO2 from the air, and it is being sequestered in soils and in the soil. And another option for mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions is in the Western world also to eat less livestock products, and that is being practiced also by Western people in developing countries. That is something that is given the insecurity of food and the importance of nutrition, sometimes not a good strategy. But limiting food waste is always important, as I mentioned in the processing, so in processing stages and also by consumers. So for Indonesia, improving efficiency is an important strategy for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. So then what are concrete mitigation options in dairy based on those efficiencies? They relate to many aspects of dairy farming, like improving the animal health and husbandry of the cattle. When you improve fertility and reproduction, you reduce the number of non-productive animals, so you improve the productivity per animal, and therefore also you reduce the greenhouse gas emissions per kilogram of milk produced. You can reduce disease prevalence. That's also important to keep a higher milk production. And you can genetically select for higher productive animals. But when you select for high productive animals, you should also, this also requires proper nutrition and animal management and disease management. So you can also, another mitigation option is to focus on better feeding, feed and feeding management by optimizing the energy and the protein content of feed, using precision feeding to match exactly with the animal requirements. So, for example, higher cows producing a larger amount of milk with a higher milk production require higher amounts of energy and protein than cows with a lower milk production. And this is what we call balanced rations. So to match your feeding with the animal requirements. The protein that is being fed to the cow that is not used by the cow for maintenance or for milk or body tissue, will be excreted in feces and urine. And that is the nitrogen actually excreted in feces and urine, and that can be then emitted as nitrous oxide. So overfeeding cows with protein, and the protein that they don't use, that will also lead to additional greenhouse gas emissions. And then the third one is to use low emission feeds. So the feed production also causes greenhouse gas emissions, and you can look into that and choose low emission feeds. For example, byproducts from industry. When byproducts from industry are good quality, meeting also animal requirements, cow requirements for proper energy and protein requirements, then byproducts from energy might be an interesting option for lowering emission of feed production. So another mitigation option lies in manure management. In Indonesia, we see that manure is often not used. It is being discharged into the environment. And first of all, using the manure and not discharging the manure is important by collecting the manure, storing it, and utilizing it as a fertilizer on land. And then the manure storage, the way that you store the manure, it also impacts emissions. So in general, we can say that solid manure has lower emissions than liquid manure storages, the slurry. So that could be preferred. That is actually in the Netherlands, we have many slurry systems, and we are looking into the possibilities to use more solid manure storage systems. And also synthetic fertilizer that also emits greenhouse gas emissions at the production of synthetic fertilizer and at the application. So reducing synthetic, replacing part of the synthetic fertilizer by manure could be an option to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And then at the application, it is important that the amount of fertilizer and the type of fertilizer is exactly matched with the plant requirements in terms of the timing, but also the requirements of the plant. And to use synthetic fertilizer with a lower carbon footprint. And so there's different types of synthetic fertilizer, and some have a lower footprint than others. In terms of energy use, well, we saw that only has a very small contribution to the total emissions. So the focus should not be on energy use, but anything helps. So if you can reduce fossil fuel use and increase sustainable energy use, that's good practice also. So coming back to milk production levels and the different types of dairy production systems with lower and higher milk yields, we can see that different mitigation options apply to different farming systems. For those farming systems that have a really low production, increasing the productivity is an important mitigation option. And that comes down to good practice as feed availability, grazing management, feed quality, animal health, and such aspects. And then for the group that is already low in greenhouse gas emissions per kilogram of milk, there such aspects as better feeding and additives and genomics and energy use become more important to make the emissions even lower than this. So this is on another note that it is important to note that environmental concerns are dominating for the richest countries and people in the world. And so does human health. But a good balance will differ between human health, environment, food security, and livelihoods, depending on the needs of individual countries. So some issues are of global importance, like our environment, because an international cooperation will be needed to avoid global climate change. So countries with low development will be focusing more on food security and livelihoods. And countries like the Netherlands, Sweden, or New Zealand are focusing more on human health and environment. And countries with industrialization, like Indonesia, will be focusing on all of these aspects and will have to weigh the full spectrum of economic, environmental, social, and health issues associated with livestock production. So therefore, it's important to not only look at technical measures on the farm, but also look at the wider institutional and physical infrastructure in the country, starting with food security, which is a prerequisite for development in a country and a basic right to people. We have to look at financial situation, market access, banking infrastructure. Also, farmers are the key to change, and so we also need knowledge transfer. And then those technical measures come in, like food improvement and fertilizer use, and also the post-farm gate stages, which is the cold chain, we call it. And then another important aspect is also to combine food security and also climate adaptation and mitigation, which is jointly summarized as climate smart agriculture, to support agriculture in a development towards sustainable food production. And so also look at climate adaptation, adaptation under climate change. Okay, that was my first presentation, and I would like to wrap up the conclusions. So what we have learned is that livestock has a large contribution to climate change. It causes 14.5% of so-called anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. That's greenhouse gas emissions caused by human activity. And cattle, within livestock, cattle are the largest contributors. We also learned that greenhouse gas emissions from livestock will further increase in the future due to population growth, urbanization, and increased incomes. And we learned that sources of greenhouse gas emissions are methane, nitrous oxide, and CO2. And that is originated from enteric fermentation in the cow, manure, feed production, land use, inputs for the farm, and transport and processing of the materials. And production efficiency is an important strategy to limit the future increases from dairy production. And note that this is not only technique, but it also requires a suitable institutional and physical infrastructure. And IPB and you as students and future employees of companies and institutes are an important part of that. So be aware also that there are other more important policy objectives like livelihoods and food security, and you need to combine all those aspects into the sustainable development of a livestock sector. Yeah, okay, thank you. This was the first presentation. I also include a link to a course on this topic, adaptation and mitigation of livestock emissions of livestock in the climate change. It's a course organized by FAO and Spanish Institute. So if you want to learn more and you're interested in this topic, that might be interesting to have a look at.
There's a free access, yeah, Dr. Maria? Is it free access? Is it free access that everyone can?
Oh, I'm sure they will ask for some. Yeah, I think there's a fee.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have a second presentation, but maybe it's good to have a very short break for the coffee.
Yes, 5 minutes break is enough. 5 minutes is enough for you?
5 minutes is enough. Yes, I hope I was so inspiring that you do not need a coffee, but yeah, grab a coffee or water, and let's see each other back in 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Marian. We will see you on 5 minutes. And also we can prepare for you to another slide, yeah? Preparation for another slide for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
sebagai petani sapi perah skala kecil di Jawa pada umumnya, memanfaatkan kotoran sapi bisa jadi menyulitkan. Untuk menggunakannya sebagai pupuk untuk lahan bisa jadi tantangan. Sapi Anda menghasilkan banyak kotoran, kadang lebih dari yang bisa digunakan untuk lahan Anda sendiri. Mengangkut kotoran hewan ke lahan untuk pemupukan lahan Anda atau menjualnya ke petani lain akan memakan waktu dan tenaga. Pada akhirnya, Anda hanya membuang saja ke selokan. Penduduk di desa Anda mungkin terganggu oleh kotoran tersebut. Kotoran hewan mencemari air tanah dan sungai, yang buruk bagi lingkungan, kelestarian alam, dan kesehatan masyarakat. Pada saat yang sama, terutama pada musim kemarau, memberi pakan yang cukup dan berkualitas baik kepada sapi Anda dapat menjadi kendala. Sapi Anda menghasilkan susu sedikit dan Anda harus memberi konsentrat yang mahal untuk mereka. Terlebih lagi, mereka tidak bereproduksi pada waktunya. Permintaan untuk produksi susu di Indonesia sedang meningkat. Sebagai peternak sapi, Anda dapat mengambil manfaat dari kenaikan ini dengan memproduksi lebih banyak susu untuk dijual dan meraih pendapatan lebih tinggi. Tantangannya adalah bagaimana caranya memproduksi susu lebih banyak dan bagaimana cara melakukan itu tanpa merusak lingkungan dan dengan biaya yang lebih rendah. Bersama dengan para peternak sapi perah di Lembang, Jawa Barat, kami mengeksplorasi peluang untuk meningkatkan produksi susu. Kami membantu Anda meningkatkan produksi susu dengan sedikit kerusakan pada lingkungan, sementara Anda meraih pendapatan yang lebih baik dari peternakan Anda. Kami mengeksplorasi cara untuk meningkatkan pengelolaan pupuk kandang. Sebagai contoh, dengan 1. Menggunakan sistem pemipaan untuk menggunakan pupuk cair di lahan dekat dengan kandang sehingga dapat menyuburkan lahan Anda. 2. Membuat pupuk kandang padat seperti kompos. Anda dapat dengan mudah membawa kompos ke lahan yang lebih jauh atau menjualnya kepada petani sayur atau bunga. Menggunakan pupuk kandang pada lahan hijauan Anda akan menghasilkan pakan hijauan yang lebih banyak dan dengan kualitas lebih baik untuk ternak Anda. Memberi lebih banyak hijauan kepada sapi Anda akan membuat mereka lebih sehat, meningkatkan produksi susunya, dan menaikkan penghasilan Anda. Untuk meningkatkan pakan sapi, kami menjajaki cara 1. Meningkatkan ransum pakan sapi Anda dengan memberi saran tentang kebutuhan setiap sapi. Dengan demikian, setiap sapi mendapatkan kecukupan pakan yang tepat, tidak berlebihan, dan tidak kurang. 2. Memperbaiki tempat minum sapi Anda sehingga mereka mendapatkan air segar yang cukup dan selalu tersedia, sementara Anda dapat dengan mudah menjaga bak pakan tetap bersih. 3. Membuat silase untuk musim kemarau. Anda dapat membuat silase dari jagung, atau Anda dapat menggunakan kelebihan rumput Anda saat musim hujan dan membuatnya menjadi silase. Dengan pemberian pakan yang lebih baik, sapi Anda akan memproduksi susu lebih banyak, lebih sehat, dan lebih cepat bunting. Jadi, dengan meningkatkan pengelolaan kotoran dan pemberian pakan di peternakan Anda dapat bekerja lebih efisien, lebih memperhatikan lingkungan, dan meningkatkan penghasilan Anda. Apakah Anda tertarik dalam meningkatkan manajemen pakan dan pupuk kandang di peternakan Anda? Jangan ragu untuk menghubungi kami. Terima kasih telah menonton video ini dan atas ketertarikan Anda dalam proyek ini.
Okay, Dr. Marian, can we start for your another slide?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I need 1 minute, edit.
Okay,
Moment.
yes, please.
Sorry, I'm looking for the other presentation and I don't see it. Excuse me, the Zoom is not finding the other presentation, so I will have a look where I can find it.
I have your presentation, but you should have ordered me when in changing the slide. But
Yes.
if it's more comfortable for you to use your own presentation, perhaps you still have
Yeah.
1 or 2 minutes to
Yeah.
find your presentation.
Exactly. Yeah, let's wait until I think it should work. Okay, here it
Yep.
is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Time is
Okay.
yours, please.
Great, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you have some extra energy to listen to another talk about a case study that we have been performing in Lembang district in Indonesia, together also with IPB and other partners. And I would like to explain about this project because it's an example of how you can perform a research project in practice. So together with farmers and the dairy cooperative, the local dairy cooperative, and other private partners and knowledge institutes. So this project was called the Sustainable Intensification of Dairy Production in Indonesia project, and it was done in the past 4 years. And well, our goal was to increase farmer incomes and improve livelihoods in smallholder dairy production systems in this region. And at the same time look at the possibilities to improve the sustainability, environmental sustainability of those farms. So that is what I mentioned in the last few slides, to combine those aspects that contribute to both the improving livelihoods and food security, and also to reduce emissions from dairy production systems. So more concretely, we wanted to increase the cow productivity and the herd productivity in general, and to improve the resource use efficiency. So that by resources, I mean the use of feed and nutrients, and thereby also to reduce environmental impacts of dairy farming. So in this project, we chose to focus on 2 areas of those areas that I presented also to you as mitigation options. On the one hand, we focused on feeding and nutrition, and on the other hand, on manure management. Another option would have been to also focus on animal health, because there's much to do in this area. But well, we wanted to have a focus in our project, and we chose for these 2 aspects. But it should be noted that also animal health is something that could improve efficiency of dairy farming in West Java a lot. So for feeding and nutrition, we wanted to improve the cow productivity, health, and fertility, reduce the feeding cost, and to more efficiently use the feed and land resources. And for manure management, we noticed that actually much of the cattle manure is discharged into the environment. And the first step is to reduce the discharging of manure and use the manure as a fertilizer on land instead of the discharging. So we did this project with important partners to us. Without partners, we wouldn't be able to have an impact. One of them is IPB University, and the dairy cooperative KPSBU in Lembang, and Trouw Nutrition, it's a feeding company, and Frisian Flag, it's a dairy company. So many people from IPB were also involved in our project. Pak Yamin, who unfortunately passed away last year, Paluki, Dr. Salundik, and we have 2 PhD students in this project, Ms. Windy Alsara, who's also here today, I heard, listening, and Ms. Titus, also doing a PhD project in this project, and Dr. Sari was involved as a trainer for forage production. So the project was executed in Lembang sub-district near Bandung. Probably you all know it. And well, we started actually in a project by identifying what could be improvement options together with these partners and also with the farmers and the dairy cooperative to look at what could be suitable improvement options in terms of mitigating greenhouse gas emissions, but also contributing to farmers' livelihoods. Then in the next years, we continued with doing research and pilots on the farms, and we did extension for farmers, like trainings and so on, and thereby also capacity building. And then in the last year, we looked at the possibilities for scaling up by distributing and communicating the results to more farmers in that area, and also in West Java in general. So Ms. Titus, she's focusing on feeding, and Ms. Windy, she's focusing on manure management. There were also students in the project from Wageningen University and from IPB. And with regard to research, we did a baseline survey among 300 dairy farms in Lembang to get a first impression about what are important, what are the practices in dairy farms in Lembang, and what are important barriers and opportunities for improvement, so that we can identify what are the possibilities to improve dairy farming in Lembang. And then on 17 pilot farms, we tested several improved farming practices together with the Trau Nutrition. We looked at mineral supplementation of cows. Mineral supplementation is important mainly for fertility and health. Together with the dairy cooperative, we looked at the possibility for a higher quality of compound concentrate feed for cattle. And in the end, we also included the minerals from Trau Nutrition in the compound concentrate feed. And together with the farmers, the 17 pilot farmers were advised about balancing the rations. And that's what I mentioned in the previous presentation, that by looking at what are the requirements of the individual cow, you can feed each individual cow according to its requirements. And that we call balance rations. I will explain a bit more about that later in this presentation. And the last thing is that we wanted to improve manure management, and then the first interest was to stop discharging manure and start using manure as a fertilizer by either applying it on your own farm or by selling it to other farms or buyers. So we had a large baseline survey among 300 farms in Lembang. And well, in this we found that an average farm in Lembang is a zero grazing farm. The cows are not grazing. It has on average 4 dairy cows and 2 young stock. It produces around 4,500 kilograms of milk per cow per year, and it has 0.3 hectares of land per farm. And that means that there's 21 livestock units per hectare, and that implies a very high density of cattle per unit of land. That's a very high cattle density that you only see in typical peri-urban or urban areas such as Java. And that is different from other parts of the world. So given such a high livestock density, you run into certain challenges. And one of those challenges is to have a supply of sufficient and good quality fodders. And the other main difficulty is to utilize the manure as a fertilizer on land for food and feed crops. And this we see not only in Java, but also in other parts of the world near big cities, so peri-urban areas, we call it. And that is typical to peri-urban areas, these problems. And what we also found is that in most of the dairy farms, a lot of land is located far away from the farm, so not close to the farm. And that is making it actually more difficult to obtain the fodder, and also to utilize the manure as a fertilizer on the land on which the fodder is produced. So we noticed that from these 300 farms, 84% of the farms were discharging at least a part of the cattle manure to the environment. Not always everything is discharged, sometimes only a part is discharged. And in less than 50% of the farms, they were using manure for fertilization of their fodder or food crops. And then when we looked into the farms that applied manure as a fertilizer or synthetic manure, synthetic fertilizer, whether they applied that, they depended on whether the land is owned, rented, or communal land. And also the distance to the land was important in terms of fertilizer application. So I will explain this a bit more in two graphs. Here you see only the farmers with land for fodder production, and those were out of the 300 farms. Those were 246 farmers that had land for fodder production, either owned or rented. And then in the graph, you see the percentage of farmers who fertilized their lands. And then on the left-hand side, you see the 3 bars of land close by to the farm. That's what we defined as less than 500 meters from the farm. On the right-hand side, those 3 bars, they represent the land that is located far away from the farm. So what we noticed that is there's not so much difference in terms of land close by or far away from the farm with regard to fertilizing the land, except for the rented land. You see that the rented land that is far away from the barn, there's a bit fewer farmers who fertilize that land. And the same accounts for the communal land. But if they own the land, practically all the farmers are fertilizing the land, no matter if it's close to the farm or far away from the farm. So then there is a difference between the dark bar here, it's the owned land, and then the lighter blue bar, it's the rented land, and then the third bar is the communal land. And there you see the big difference. So if they own the land, they practically all fertilize their land. If they rent the land, a bit more than half of the farmers, they fertilize the land. And if it's communal land, then they don't fertilize. Almost no farmers fertilize that land. But then we also found a difference between the type of fertilizers that are applied on land for fodder production. And when we looked at the type of fertilizer applied on land close to the barn, so less than 500 meters from the barn, most of the farmers are applying cattle manure. And then if we look at the 2 bars on the right, representing the land far from the barn, most farms are not applying any cattle manure, but only synthetic fertilizer of a combination of synthetic fertilizer with cattle manure. So the distance to the land, it influences the type of fertilizer that is being applied. And that is logical because cattle manure is not easy to transport. It is cattle manure is very liquid in general, so it's not easy to transport it to land that is located far from the barn. So we asked the farmers what are their perceptions of manure and what are their reasons for not utilizing the manure. So they mentioned that the lack of storage on the farm is an important reason for not using manure, and the labor requirements. And land is located far away, and they have difficulties of handling and transporting the manure. But 80% of the farmers said that cattle manure is a valuable product. And also 80% of the respondents said that discharging cattle manure in the environment is a problem. So nevertheless, still 84% of the farmers was discharging manure, but they do consider it as a problem. And when we asked them how satisfied they are with the current situation of manure management on their farm, they actually answered that they were quite satisfied. So that is a bit contradictory because they say it is a problem, but I'm quite satisfied. I'm discharging manure, but I'm still quite satisfied with the situation. So when we look at the region, probably you are all very aware of this, that the discharging of manure and other pollution is really causing a lot of local nuisance in the region. It is polluting the ground and surface waters in the region. And that is why, partly also why the Citrum River Action Program came about, with militaries being sent into the region. And it also relates to the efforts to have the river, the Citrum River, to clean up the river. Third, it is also a loss of valuable nutrients because there's plant nutrients in manure which could be used to fertilize the land and should not be ending up in ground and surface waters. So with regard to feed rations, we found that in Lembang area, the main fodder being fed is grass, either homegrown or from roadsides. Rice straw is being fed and other fodders like vegetable waste and so on. And then what we notice is that there's a difference between the wet and dry season, obviously. In the wet season, more grass is being fed because more grass is growing. And in the dry season, that is reduced, mainly the part that is homegrown. And then that is replaced in the dry season by rice straw. And rice straw is a low quality feed, low quality fodder. And that is, feeding rice straw is not very desirable. So other products that are being fed are byproducts from the industry, like tofu waste and cassava waste and spent grain, that's from the beer industry, and rice bran from rice production, and also compound feed. And then there was a difference between lactating cows and dry cows. So the amount of compound feed was lower for dry cows. That's how it should be. And lactating cows were receiving more compound feed. We expected a bigger difference between the wet and the dry season in terms of compound feed, that they would feed more compound feed during the dry season to compensate for the low quality of the fodders and the rice straw. But it was not such a big difference. So with regard to feeding practices, water is really a precondition for good milk production. So when the feed ration is good, but there's not sufficient water being fed to cows, they won't be able to meet their potential production. So it is important to provide continuous access to water so that they can drink enough water. And we only saw that there was continuous access was only on 43% of the farms. And on other farms, it was offered either 1 time, 2 times, or more than 2 times per day. And on most of those farms, it was 2 times or 1 time per day. And that is in general not sufficient. So in the project, we also, with the pilot farms, we'd also made sure that the cows had continuous access to water. Because feeding interventions are no use when there's not sufficient water. So, and then we also looked at to what extent farmers balanced rations. And that means that they are balancing providing feed according to the individual cow requirements. And then we noticed that actually on almost all of the farms, the same type of fodder was fed to all cows. So it doesn't matter if the cow is a high producing cow or low producing cow, the same type of fodder is fed. And that could be changed. Also on almost all of the farms, they fed less compound feed to dry cows, and that is good practice. So that's positive. But we saw hardly any farms that fed a different amount of compound feed to lactating cows. So what I mentioned before, the height of the milk production, when it's different, then also the amount of compound feed fed should be adjusted to that. So with the pilot farmers, therefore, we started to balance the rations, meaning that also they look at the milk production per cow of the individual cows, and they start feeding the right amount of compound feed for the milk production of the individual cows. So that was our main findings with regard to the characteristics of farms, and that's how we identified the mitigation options for farms. So first we have to know about what is the situation, and then we can identify together with our partners, say, well, these are suitable interventions for farms. So we also calculated greenhouse gas emissions for an average farm in Lembang, and that might be quite comparable to farms in West Java in general. And we found that half of the greenhouse gas emissions are from enteric fermentation, so enteric methane. Then the second largest part is from off-farm feed production, because actually, relative to, for example, dairy farms in the Netherlands, a lot of off-farm feed is used. And a main part of these emissions from feed production are from rice straw. So in rice production, methane is generated during rice production, and part of those methane emissions in rice production are allocated to the rice straw. So that is why, partly why also these emissions from off-farm feed production are quite high. And then the third highest was manure management, emissions from manure management, so partly due to discharging the manure. Oops. Yeah, this was published last year. There's a publication available with the greenhouse gas emissions from this study. Same graph as I showed you before for the global dairy production, with milk yields on the x-axis, milk yield per cow, and emissions per kilogram of milk on the y-axis. So we see that the variation in milk yield is high. There's many cows that are producing 3,000 to 5,000 liters a year. And then there's also still many cows that are below 3,000 liters per year. So when we look at improvement options, the farms that have a low productivity of cows, that is very interesting to increase productivity in order to lower the emissions per kilogram of product. And that actually also accounts for the farms that are a bit higher in production. They could still improve their productivity. But then still, you also see that for a milking cow with 4,000 liters of milk per year, there's still quite a lot of variation in emissions per kilogram of milk. And that is because of other practices. So, for example, manure management. Manure management does not affect the milk production of a cow, but could lead to higher or lower greenhouse gas emissions. So even with the same milk production of 4,000 liters per cow per year, you can still improve or reduce emissions, even if you don't higher the productivity of cows. So we call that the unexplained variance. So part of the variance in greenhouse gas emissions is explained by the milk yield, but part is not explained by the milk yield. And that unexplained variance, you can also find mitigation options in that. So then, based on the research, we actually defined which feeding and manure management interventions we wanted to test. And we continued with 17 pilot farms to pilot certain interventions. And with regard to manure management, we had 10 farms applying a liquid manure flow system to the field. So that's a piping system directly from the barn to the field, so that feces and urine are flushed with water and then flowing directly to the field. That actually also happens already a lot in Lembang. Many farms are doing that, and that's good practice, that it's being directly applied to the field. And then 7 farms were using a manure heap or started to compost manure by mixing it with poultry manure. Poultry manure is drier, postal in Bahasa. And 5 farms started vermicomposting, and vermicomposting is done by adding worms to the manure. And by vermicompost, you don't only yield compost for application on land as a fertilizer, but also worms are sold. And then the last is the settling basins and composting. So that was a farmer group with 14 farms that had a different system. I will show you in the next slides. So here you see some pictures. This is on the left picture. On the left above, you see this direct application to the field. So that's daily flushing, and that actually results in very low greenhouse gas emissions because manure is directly flown to the field. There might still be some challenges with the distribution on the field. So the manure is flowing to one place on the field, and that is causing that not all the plants in the field are being are receiving the manure. So that might be a next step in improving this technique. On the right hand, you see the vermicomposting. So on every we call it shelf. On every shelf, there's worms and manure, and worms are growing and being sold, mainly for pharmaceutical industry. And that's very cost effective, this vermicomposting. Then on the left picture below, that is composting, mixing dairy manure, dairy feces with postal, chicken manure. And by mixing it and turning it frequently, you lose a lot of moisture, and then your manure becomes very dry. And that makes it easier to transport the manure, and it also has it's also ripe, and that is desired by vegetable farmers. And then on the right below, you see a manure heap in which the feed leftovers are mixed with manure, with cattle manure, and that is being applied to land for the production or food crops. So we also had a composting trial to look at the best practices for composting. And we also did that with compost boxes on a farm. And because there was little room on the little space on small dairy farms, we tried to have to look into the possibility to have compost boxes of 1 cubical meters. So this yields different types of manure products. And that is interesting because in the end, we want to apply manure on the land, and we need to know what are interesting products for the manure market, and what vegetable farmers would like to use, or other buyers of manure. So we can distinguish between different types of manure. And there's, for example, farmers that have fresh feces in sacks. And all these types of manure products, they have different characteristics in terms, they have advantages and disadvantages. And for fresh feces in these sacks, they are, for example, they are high in nutrients because no nutrients, nutrients are hardly lost and they're still in the sack. But these sacks are difficult and dirty to handle and transport. So it's very heavy, it contains a lot of moisture still, and that makes it difficult to handle and transport. Well, and the manure heap, there's some losses in nutrients, so also some emissions, mainly nitrous oxide. And that makes that this product is less high in nutrients, let's say medium to high in nutrients, but it's the manure is matured. And it's less difficult to handle and transport than the liquid phases. And another risk is weed seeds from the feed leftovers. It is not completely mature, by the way, but compost is. It's fully matured, and it's easier to handle and transport because it's very low in moisture. It has a high dry matter content. And it's easier, to handle transport and to apply to land. And these are granular. This is made in a plant, so it's a granular fertilizer. So the organic manure is being pressed and into granules, and that is being sold as granular fertilizer. Well, here you see some examples of transporting and applying the manure. That can be in several ways. And examples of applying the manure on the field in a vegetable farm. So in the end, 10 farmers applied the manure on grass next to the barn, and for fertilization of food crops, of own food crops, or of media for vegetable seedlings. And 7 farmers sold the manure to vegetable flower farms. So we looked into the cost and benefits of manure management. And because if it's profitable, of course, it's more attractive to farmers to start managing the manure. And we saw that the daily spread via the pipes to land is always profitable. The vermicomposting is at this moment very profitable because of the higher revenues, mainly from selling the worms. But if every farmer in Lembang would start to do that, the question is if this price of worms still remains that high. And the composting, so mixing cattle feces with chicken manure, was profitable, but only if the labor was not considered as a cost. So if we did consider the labor as cost, it was not always profitable, not in all farms, depending on the practices. So also with dairy farming, we started a pilot, and we wanted to improve the dairy cow feeding, and by making more efficient use of the feed resources, supplying better quality feed and better feeding practices. And what we did is we improved the water supply, first of all, because that's a precondition for good feeding. And we improved feeding practices, like the number of days or number of times that feed is offered to the cows. But together with IPB, we introduced some new fodder species, and we did trainings on that. We also did trainings on silage making to provide fodder in the dry season to replace the rice straw and the poor quality rice straw with a better quality fodder. And we introduced balanced rations and mineral supplementation and better quality concentrate feed. So here you see some impressions, some pictures. This is the better quality concentrate feed that was made by the dairy cooperative together with Trouw Nutrition, the feed company. And cows were willing to eat it well. So it was very, well, they ate it well. And this is some pictures of the silage making. Silage was made in big bags of about 800 kilos by farmers, and they also made it in drums of about 100 kilos. And there, yeah, go ahead, Edith. So, and IPB did trainings on different types of improved fodder production. So Indigofera was distributed to the participants, Molato, and those plans were explained in a practical field training. Well, what we noticed that part of the results were measured and part of the results were asked to farmers because they could not be measured. One of them is the water supply, and according to farmers, ad libitum drinking water really increased the milk yield, and it is also less labor to give water to cows. The minerals, by providing minerals, according to the farmers, this improved the fertility and health. And also you can see this by the shininess of the hair coat. The improved concentrate feed, that increased the milk yield according to the farmers. All farmers mentioned that this increased milk yield. And we also measured this. So we found that after the intervention, the milk yield was 1.6 liters per day per cow, higher than before the intervention. So it increased from 15 to 16.6 liters per cow per day. So that really had an effect. Well, with regard to greenhouse gas emissions, we were somewhat less satisfied because we expected a bit more. By improving the manure management, emissions decreased only slightly. And the decrease was mainly because of a lower manure application rates on land for fodder. And when you apply lower amounts of manure, N2O emissions from soils are lower. So this slightly reduced emissions on average. But by introducing the advice on rations, we found that emissions actually increased on the short term. But that differed between farms. On some farms, emissions reduced, and some farms emissions increased. And the reason that emissions increased was because some farms were really feeding a very low amount of fodder, and feeding insufficient fodder is affecting their health. And so ruminants need sufficient roughage intake. So they were advised to increase the amount of fodder. And in the short term, this increases emissions because of the fiber in the fodder that is generating more methane emissions from cows. But we can expect that in the long term, this will improve their health and fertility. So in the long term, we expect that this advice and balancing rations would decrease emissions. But we have only been measuring for a short time, and that is why emissions on the short term did increase. For the concentrate feed, actually the increase in milk production reduced greenhouse gas emissions. But because of the ingredients of the concentrate feed, the net average emissions increased. And that was because this specific feed ingredient, corn gluten feed, is causing a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. So it is a byproduct of wet milling of maize, of corn. And the drying of this product is very energy consuming. And that is why, in the end, relatively high CO2 emissions are occurring in the production of this feed. And that is why our emissions actually were higher than before the intervention, even though milk yield increased. So I hope I did not take too long, Edith. Thank you for listening. Thanks a lot. And I hope I have inspired you a bit with our research on greenhouse gas emissions in Indonesia and globally. Thanks a lot for listening.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Marion, for your nice and interesting presentation. Now still have around 15 to 20 minutes for discussion. And I already got some question directly to my chat room, but it's better to student to ask you directly. So I will call first Leonel Christophorus. Are you there, Leonel? Leonel, are you there? Okay, let's see. Leonel Christophorus.
Yes, sir. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Okay, you can ask directly. And after Leonel, prepare for Muhammad Dimas Permana. Okay. And then there is another two questions, but there's a problem with audio, so I will read it later on. Okay, please, Leonel.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Leonel Christophorus. I'm from IPB. So I read an article about floating dairy farms.
Leonel, the voice is not so very clear.
My question asks, is the process to reduce the greenhouse gases from the floating farm are the same as the general farm?
I cannot hear the question. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's better for me to read the question. Okay, Leonel, I will read the question to Dr. Marion. Okay, hello, Dr. Marion. I'm Leonel Christophorus from IPB. I would like to ask, I've read an article about floating dairy farm at sea in Netherlands. My question are, is the process to reduce the greenhouse gas from the floating farm are the same as the general farm? And whether this type of farm will affect the water quality and the animals or plant under the water? That's the first question, Dr. Marion. You can get the point for the question from Leonel.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. The
sure.
second one from Dimas Permana. Dimas, are you there? Dimas.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, I did.
Yep.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, Dr. Marion. I want to ask, as a scientist, what is your opinion about people who protest to the cattle industry due to the high amount of greenhouse gases caused by the cattle that can maybe polluting the environment? Yeah, that's my question. So it's what is your opinion? Thank you.
Okay, for the second one, it's already clear, Dr. Marion?
Yes, sure. Yeah.
Okay. The third one. Okay, let's see. We will invite, please. Okay, Michael Susanto also have a connection problem, so I will read the question. Okay. Hello?
Yeah, can I ask directly?
Okay, please, Michael.
So good morning, ma'am. I want to ask, you said that the manure we can use it for the fertilizer. And is it possible that we use the manure as a livestock feeds? Because there's a scientist that proposed that. And will it affect to the dairy products such as the milk and to the beef meat itself? Do you get it? Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Marion.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that's first three questions. Perhaps you can answer it.
Yeah. Okay.
Please.
Very nice questions. Thank you very much, Leonel. It's very nice that you looked into the floating farm in the Netherlands, which is much of an experiment. And there's only one of this type of farm, and it's very nice for tourists also to visit. So it's not something common in the Netherlands, the floating farm. But the floating farm is located very close to the harbor of Rotterdam. And that is where the feed, most of the feed is imported into the Netherlands. So it's very nearby the place where feed is imported, and it's therefore it doesn't need large transport distances to get the feed into the country. But for the rest, the fact that it's the floating farm is on the water or not, it does not really affect greenhouse gas emissions. And so the floating farm is a very efficient system in terms of that everything is controlled. And so the management and the feeding of the cows, and also the manure that is released from the floating farm, it's being carefully managed. But you could also do that on the ground. It doesn't matter if it's on the water or on the ground. So I haven't really looked into the greenhouse gas emissions. I'm sure someone did, and I cannot tell you whether this is different from other farms because I haven't researched this myself. But I would expect that there's not so much difference. And then the second question was from Dimas. And the question was whether what I think as a scientist, what I think about the people protesting against cattle production. Well, obviously there's many documentaries and movies and people actively protesting against cattle production. As a scientist, I don't want to say too much about this, but we have to look at the production of food and consumption as a whole. And the fact is that our world population is growing. And we also know that the environmental impacts of livestock production are big. And when our world population is growing, we have to find ways in which we can try to reduce environmental impacts of livestock production. And some people are protesting, and others are trying to find constructive ways to lower emissions and lower environmental impacts. And that can also be done by lowering your consumption of livestock products in case you are wealthy enough to have a good diet. And so that is my answer to this kind of protest. Do not look too narrowly to the system, but look at it broadly and look at the food system as a whole, and how can we manage in the future to have environmentally sustainable food system. And that is a big challenge, and we have all together, I hope we can work towards such food systems. Okay, so thank you, Dimas. And Michael, thanks also for your question about whether manure can be used as feed. There's nutrients in manure that are also interesting or important for animal feeding. And in that sense, nutrients in manure are interesting as components of feed. And that's actually what you're also doing when you're using manure as a fertilizer, because those nutrients are returning back to plants by fertilizing plants, and plants are being fed to the animals. So in that sense, we are creating a cycle of nutrients, and that's just what we want. And so we want the nutrients to come back to the animals and being recycled and not wasted. So that's something good. And something else that is being tested also is whether you can grow insects on manure and use the insects to feed. So they grow actually protein. So they consist of protein, and that protein could be used as animal feed, but particularly for more interesting for chickens. And also in that way recycle the nutrients back into the livestock sector. So it is interesting, but at this moment I don't yet see concrete possibilities to use directly or techniques to use directly manure as feed. But there are some developments that are interesting to see, and it's those are also important to recycle nutrients. Yeah. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, there is still 3 questions because yeah, again we have a limitation on time but we still have 3 questions from the participant. First, I would like to invite Benjamin Kevin Shihan, and 2 other questions I will read that because there is some problem with the audio. So the next 2 questions I will read that, and for the first question I will invite Benjamin Kevin Shihan to ask directly to Dr. Marion. Please, Benjamin.
Hello, is my voice clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Good evening, doctor. I want to ask. You said that vermicompost is currently profitable because of the high revenue of the worm, but based on your pilot farm survey, only 5 farmers practice it, which is the lowest number than other of the manure management. I want to ask why is it the lowest, and how do we increase the popularity of this manure management method? Thank you.
Okay. Okay. The second question I will read it from Farida Cynthia. Sorry, Dr. Marion, I have a problem with my internet. Hello, I'm Farida. When emission from land use and land use change are included, the livestock sectors accounts for 9% of CO2 from human-related activities, but produce a much larger share of even more dangerous greenhouse gases. So, which system produce less methane gas, flat floor or slate floor? That's the second question.
Sorry, I did not get the last sentence.
So, which system produce less methane gas, flat floor or slat floor?
Slatted floors.
Yes, slatted floor. Sorry.
Sorry,
Okay.
I don't understand this question.
But mainly, I think this is.
Is it in the chat?
Probably related to the perhaps intensive one, and let's say a grazing system probably that he want to ask to compare about the methane production in this, because it's wrote that flat floor or slatted floor.
Closed floor or slatted floor?
Yeah.
Or okay.
Okay, and the last one is I'm from Anissa, also from IPB University. Want to ask more about SIDP project. It was done in West Java. Either the project will only take place in Java, or perhaps in the future there also will done in another place. I think she asked about a possibility to join the project if there is another project for I don't know, next year's of CDP. Perhaps you want to join with the project if there is still possibility to take the project in another place in next year in next year. That's the question, Dr. Marion, for the last 3 questions.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay. Yeah, thanks very much. What was the name of the last student? Sorry, I didn't get that.
Last student is pardon. Okay, Anissa.
Anissa, yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So the first question was from Benjamin about why only 5 farmers actually started to do vermicomposting. And that was for several reasons. So we had 17 pilot farmers, and 5 of them started to do vermicomposting. And at the start of the project, we were still not very much aware of the cost and benefits of the different types of manure management. So that was, well, from the field, of course, we had some impression about the fact that vermicomposting was good business. About it yet, and an important reason is that what farmers indicated themselves actually in the survey is that they said we don't have enough space in the barn on the farm to store the manure. So this type of vermicomposting, it requires a lot of space. So you need to have that space, and also it is quite an investment. And so you also need to have sufficient budget to make that investment. And to be sure then that it's also cost effective, that you're able to sell the worms and that the cost of your investment will be returned by making a profit. So so that is the reason that not everybody can do vermicomposting, and for each individual farmer, a specific solution has to be found for manure management. And not every farmer can do the same, and that has to be tailor-made, we call it. So for each individual farmer, and that is also why we said, well, there's many ways to manage manure, and as a farmer, you have to look at what are the possibilities for you, and do you have sufficient land to apply the manure on your own land, or do you produce more manure than what you can apply on your land? And in that case, you should sell the manure and try to look for, well, can I do that to my neighbor? And do I have a vegetable farmers in the neighborhood that I can sell the manure to? Or could I sell it to someone else or another buyer? And those are the, for each farm, you have to look into the possibilities. So the second question was from Farida. I'm sorry, I did not fully grasp the question, but I will try to give reflection on the questions about land use and land use change, and about the type of floors in the cattle barn. So the first aspect about land use change, that is land use change on the one hand. It is causing emissions. It's leading to emissions when land use change is happening. So that is something that we want to avoid, and that includes also deforestation and so on. And well, in the Netherlands, there's many efforts also to stop importing soy from Latin America. Because of that reason, because of deforestation and because of land use change causing emissions, and looking into possibilities to grow our own protein crops, thereby also avoiding part of the emissions from land use change. So indeed, that is something important to look into. And Indonesia also imports part of the feeds, and in that sense, that has to be taken into account. So that's one. And then about the type of floor. In Indonesia, you see many tie stalls. So in that case, there's no slatted floor. A slatted floor is a stall, a floor on which the cows can walk, and it has openings in the floor. And the slurry, so the urine and feces, are directly going to the pit below the floor. And that is a slurry storage. And when the slurry storage, when manure is stored as slurry, a lot of methane is being emitted. And in that sense, that kind of slurry storage is harmful to the environment, and it emits greenhouse gas emissions. And that is something that we don't want. So we are looking into the possibility of removing the manure quickly from the barn and putting it into a closed manure storage, where the methane can be used, can be flamed, and converted to CO2. So if that was the question, I'm not sure, but yes, slatted floors is something that we should get rid of. And particularly for those countries that are using slatted floors, but Indonesia is not yet using a lot of that because of Thai stalls. Well, but for those countries, that is an interesting option to look into reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from manure, from slurry. Yeah, manure separation is also something important. There's a lot of research going on manure separation, and that means that the feces and the urine are collected separately by well, certain techniques, so that also greenhouse gas emissions can be reduced. Then the last question from Anissa, whether this kind of project will be continued in other parts of Java or other places. We already have a follow-up project now taking place in Lembang, actually, where we explore the application of cattle manure in vegetable farms. So we are looking at the possibility to use the cattle manure in the vegetable farms in Lembang. So we did a large survey among the vegetable farms to look at how they perceive cattle manure and organic manures in general, and then together with the vegetable farmers and the cattle farmers to explore how they can apply the manure on the land and what are the benefits of that and the cost and so on, and to see if we can promote the regional nutrient cycles. So as I mentioned, cattle farmers are probably not able to apply all the manure on their own lands. So we want to keep those nutrients in Lembang, in the region, and by using the manure for growing crops, we could achieve two things. The one is that there's less pollution from cattle manure by not discharging the manure, but using it as a fertilizer. And the second is that by using the manure, you might also need less fertilizer, synthetic fertilizer. And lowering the synthetic fertilizer will also reduce your emissions. Yeah, so if Anissa would like to join our project, I would say get in contact, and that would be really nice to have you as a student in our project.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mar. Unfortunately, again, because the times is already finished, so we have to end this discussion session. I think there is still a lot of questions from the participant, but again, the time is up. Thank you for the nice presentation and your explanation. Before we end this, I will share my screen. There is certificate of appreciation on behalf of the committee, the head of Department of Animal Production Technology, and also Dean of Faculty of Animal Sciences. We would like to give you a certificate of appreciation for join with this event, Summer Course Program 2020. We
That's
do hope
very
we
nice.
can meet. It's a great honor, great pleasure for us that you want to join with us, sharing information, sharing new knowledge that will be benefit for all of us.
Yeah.
Okay, we do hope that we can meet again in next another events. Okay, and our committee will organize to send this certificate of appreciation to you, perhaps by email will be convenient for you, Dr. Marion.
Yeah, thank you very much, Edith. Thanks also to the organizing committee, and especially to all the students. I wish you good luck with your careers, and I hope you contribute to a better future for all of us. And thanks very much for listening.
Okay,
so
Dr.
thank you
before
also
you leave,
from my side, Dr. Marion, on behalf
before you
of
leave,
committee.
we can take a picture,
And
Pak Asep.
then thank you for nice correspondence since we invite in the beginning, and then until now you already join with us and also sharing knowledge to all of the students. So many thanks.
Before
from
we
us to
leave,
you.
Asep, take a picture,
Yeah.
photo session with our virtual photographer. Pak
Yeah.
Arman
Okay.
can help us
Yeah.
to take a picture with Dr. Marion because some Pak Arman or somebody can help us to
Yeah.
take a photo.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, 6 screen, yeah. So
Yeah. Slide 1.
okay, say cheese.
Yeah. Slide 2. Slide 3. Three,
Okay.
4, four, 5, 6. Okay, I did.
Thank you, Pak Arman. Before we
Finish.
leave, I thank you. There is Ibu Windy Aljahra is already joined with us. Perhaps you want to say something for us for 2 minutes. Say hello for us, Ibu Windy.
Hello, Pak Edit. Hi, Marion. Hi, thank you very much. It was really nice to hear your lecture, actually. It was a really interesting topic, and of course, it's really important for us to really realize that environment is part of the important part for our livestock sector. So it was really nice and really great contributor. Thank you very much. And also, Pak Asep, thank you very much for organizing this summer course. It was really nice, and I was so surprised with so many participants.